The regular scheduled city council meeting for the city of San Dimas is in order. I'd like to apologize to the TV people and everybody out there in television land for the late start, but unfortunately we were involved in another meeting, and so we'll get started. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The June 23rd, 2020 City Council meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-2920. The City Council chambers will be closed to the public. Pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order dated March 17th, the City Council is authorized to hold public meetings via teleconferencing and to make meetings accessible electronically to all members of the public seeking to observe and to address the legislative body. All Brown Act provisions that require the physical presence of city councilmen or the public for city council meetings are waived. Madam Clerk, would you read the roll, please?
Councilmember Bertone.
Here.
Councilmember Ebner.
I am here.
Mayor Pro Tem Viana.
Here.
Councilmember Weber.
Here.
Mayor Bayadar.
Here.
Record will show all council members are in attendance.
We have a presentation from the Inland Valley Humane Society.
Yes, Mayor, City Council members, I have Nicole Bricioni available, CEO of Inland Valley Humane Society, tonight to give a presentation. Nicole?
Am I up? Is the PowerPoint up? Sorry, I can't.
Yes, you're good.
Yes, the PowerPoint is up, and we're ready for you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, city staff, and community members. As Brad mentioned, my name is Nicole Bressiani. I'm the new president and CEO of the Inland Valley Humane Society and SPCA. I began in November after about 11 plus years in city government, most recently as the assistant city manager in West Covina. While I'm new to this position, I'm not new to the organization. I actually grew up in the Inland Valley Humane Society family, as my father, William Harford, has just retired as the CEO after 40 years at the helm. So I'm excited to be with IVHS and moving forward into the future, accomplishing our mission of caring for the homeless animals in our community. And next slide, please. IVHS and SPCA is a private nonprofit organization that was founded in 1949. We service approximately 1 million residents from Mount Baldy all the way down to the 91 freeway in Green River. We have 13 municipal contracts, including the San Bernardino County unincorporated areas. Next slide, please. Our organization is comprised of approximately 75 full-time staff and over 300 volunteers, and is divided into 4 areas: shelter services, customer service, field services, and administration. Next slide, please. Under shelter services is adoptions. We are a full access shelter, which means we turn no animals away. You do some managed intake, but that's to work with residents, with many of our partners to try to find the best alternative instead of relinquishing to the shelter. But if people don't have any other option, then we definitely take their animals. All of our adoptable animals are viewable on our website at ivhsspca.org. So something about our holding periods. San Dimas is actually unique in that it has the holding periods built into its municipal code. State law actually calls for a 3-day holding period with an animal that has no identification. And years ago, the Hayden bill was introduced, but it was stayed because the state realized it was an unfunded mandate. However, San Dimas still has the 5-day policy written into its municipal code, and so we honor that. Animals that do have identification are held nor held for 10 days, and that's identification, a tag, a license, or a microchip because we scan all animals for microchips. Adoptions that we provide include vaccinations, deworming, spay and neuter, which is mandatory under state law, microchip and microchip registration, which is unique because many shelters will just do the microchip, but they don't register it for you, and then when you get home, you forget, and then the microchip is worthless because you haven't registered it. We also provide a 2-week follow-up care, and if your animal is over the age of 4 months, then a rabies vaccination. June happens to be Adopt a Shelter Cat Month, so right now we are running a special for free cat adoptions and $30 dog adoptions. Next slide, please. We have other surprising animals that we actually adopt, such as turtles, birds, bunnies. Any of those you can also view on our website if we have them in our care at this time. Next slide, please. We have several adoption partners that aid us in moving animals to other families. Annually in August, we partner with NBC and its sister station, Telemundo, to host a Clear the Shelters adoption event. We will be hosting one again, but obviously with COVID-19 and how operations have to be modified, we will be doing that, and we don't know exactly how it's going to look, but we do have a date, and that's going to be Saturday, August 29th, and those adoptions are for $20. PetSmart and Petco are also partners of ours, and we have weekly adoption events during normal operating times. With COVID, things have adjusted, and we're hoping to get back to normal sooner than later. Next slide, please. IDHS partners with other shelters as far as Oregon and New Mexico. You wouldn't believe it, but some shelters actually don't have enough adoptable domestic animals, and so they reach out to partners such as us. We have a transporter and a team that handles that. Sometimes we meet midway, sometimes we deliver all the way. It just depends on the partner. We also have over 140 rescue groups that help provide homes for the animals. In addition, we have maximized our foster programs to include more homes as we have litters needing specialized care. And with COVID-19 needing to move animals out of the shelter to help keep disease down, that helps to keep the animals healthy and our herd in the entire shelter healthy. Next slide. Under shelter services is also veterinary services. As mentioned above, because of COVID-19, we've had to have a need for fosters. We've been running a foster to hold and a foster to adopt program. Under California state law, we can't adopt animals out unless they're spayed or neutered, and because human medicine has had priority, rightfully so, to receive medical supplies, spay and neuters were not deemed by the Veterinary Medical Association as being an essential service. So we had to hold on to whatever supplies. And let's say we would place an order for a case of gloves, we would get 1 box of gloves. So that diminished our capabilities of doing the surgeries that we needed, and we're not unique. Shelters throughout California and throughout the nation are trying to clear a backlog. And we've been fortunate to have a lot of families open up their homes to foster to hold or foster to adopt. We've been clearing that backlog, so we're moving forward. As of July, we're starting to take more, we're starting to take outside appointments to enable us to do the spay and neuters. We have our discounted spay and neuter program. Animals that fall under the Chihuahua Challenge, the Pit Stop. We also have a Big Meow for cats. That's actually a $30 spay and neuter because those are animals that we see a lot of in our shelter environment, and so we were trying to do something to mitigate that over the years. But our regular spay and neuter for any other animal is also discounted. It may not be $30, but it's going to be cheaper than what you would get at a private veterinary clinic. We typically do monthly vaccination clinics on site and throughout our service cities, but because of COVID-19, we've been scheduling curbside vaccinations. And we hope to add to that, and then as we continue to get notification from the state and the county, we'll continue to work with our cities to bring them out to the community once again. We also do outside appointments for microchips, and as I mentioned, we do the registration, which is unique, and that's something that helps to unite animals and their owners when they get lost out in the community. Next slide, please. Our customer service team handles over 100,000 calls annually, licensing in-house, and then we also have our license inspection program. I know that's not exactly always the warm and fuzzy, but as state mandate requires us to have rabies control. Licensing is something that we enforce. Again, dogs over the age of 4 months must be vaccinated. And our redemption program that our customer service handles, if somebody comes into the shelter, their dog comes into the shelter for the first time, and it's not spayed or neutered, we will work to reduce those redemption fees drastically by, instead of charging the redemption fee, we actually charge just the spay and neuter fee along with the license. So that enables people to be taking their animal home. They have a reduced rate for their license fee, and they're also helping to contribute to the reduction of pet overpopulation. Our customer service is definitely a priority. I've heard from several cities. I know that we need to do better in certain areas, and I've committed to our cities, and I commit to San Dimas to making sure that we're evaluating our processes, including our online system, our phone, and our license inspection program where we're going door to door. I want to let you know that we are currently improving, have already started to make improvements to our website, more education materials available online, more online forms to provide for contactless service, and in addition, just more efficiency. Also, we've enabled phone payments for licensing, which is something we've never done. And in the next few weeks, we should be live with online appointments for customer service, adoptions, and vet appointments. Next slide, please. Our officers handle over 12,000 animals annually, and calls range from barking dog complaints to cruelty investigations. Annually, we transit approximately 2,500 service requests to investigate animal cruelty, so our officers are very busy. Other services that we provide that's part of your contract costing is that we will respond to a natural disaster. Wildfires come to mind in the past few years that we've responded to the foothills. And we open up our shelter. We will stage a temporary location. We will we have collapsible crates that we will bring with us to provide food and care on site. We will bring those animals into the shelter, and we have a separate inventory system that we do to make sure that we've identified those animals coming from a wildfire. So specifically, we can reunite the homeowners and their animals, and that's at no additional fee to the residents or the community. So I did want to make sure you all knew that. Next slide, please. Coexisting with wildlife is important. I know I don't need to tell those of you from San Dimas about wildlife existing in the foothills or in San Dimas. I know coyotes have been an issue in the local areas in the past few years. I want to let you know that we will come out and do community meetings. We will be a part of that. We will facilitate. We will host. You just need to let us know, communicate through your city manager if you'd like to schedule those. Of course, we're going to be coming up on what would be considered coyote season, as they're having babies and producing offspring to hunt. And I know that can be concerning, as now we have urban coyotes everywhere. We are more than willing to come out and do that, not just for the city, but any of your HOAs if you have mobile home parks that are interested in having that. And it can be more than just coyotes; it can be wildlife in general. We would do that. We work closely with your residents to assess any wildlife issue that they may have, because we don't want to just take a call and assume it's something. There may be more education, a yard audit may be needed, or they may need to be calling pest control. If a wildlife or an animal is stuck under somebody's home, inside a wall or inside an attic space or a crawl space, animal control doesn't handle that aspect, but we want to come out and assess it because sometimes it is something that we can handle. Next slide, please. Our new medical facility for veterinary services is underway. We're actually doing a lot of construction behind the building to prep for it. We should be breaking ground on the actual building portion, actually constructing it, I should say, in the next couple of months. And we are really excited about this because this is going to enable us to provide more low-cost veterinary services for all of our communities that we serve. And we are anticipating a spring 2021 opening. So this is going to be very exciting for us to continue in our efforts of providing more affordable care to the community. Next slide, please. Sorry, I had to take a little water. Community outreach. In December 2019, we launched our Humane Heroes education program, and that's to improve our volunteerism, improve the education, and where better to start that than with our youth. We do offer presentations to schools, civic groups, tours. We do a lot of tours, and we've actually been doing, I think we just did our first virtual tour. We were in the process of doing it, and we also have been really engaging through our Humane Heroes virtual program while COVID-19 is happening and families have been kind of cooped up in their homes. So that's been exciting. Recently launched our new pet therapy program in partnership with Alliance of Therapy Dogs, where you can request a visit by a therapy dog. When I was a child, IDHS had a program where they would go out, and I remember being a kid taking a puppy to an assisted living facility, and just the eyes and the magic that happens with an animal that you're pairing with a senior who is detached from family and maybe isolated. It just really warmed my heart, and it was something that I wanted to bring back. So we're really excited about that. Of course, with COVID-19, we've had to kind of slow down that process, but hoping to get back to that as well. We also embarked on a new shelter kitten diversion program called the Itty Bitty Kitty Project. Many people don't know that kittens cannot survive in a shelter environment without their moms. So we tried to promote some education awareness about when not to get involved, how to know when a kitten is in distress, and when mom is not coming back versus when she is. And sometimes we're intervening too early, and then we're creating a statistic where that animal can't survive in the shelter environment. So that was that, along with beefing up our foster family program, has really created a benefit, and we're hoping that will continue. Community cat program is something where we do what we call trap, neuter, spay, and release. And that is where we have feral cats that are coming in, and while they're not going to be domesticated to be adopted out to a family, that actually helps keep the rodent population down, and it actually helps create so that more cats don't come into that particular area, believe it or not. We have not been doing that program with COVID-19 because that's not an essential service to be doing those spay and neuters. But again, that's something that we anticipate opening up in the next few months. Special events is also part of our community outreach. If you go to the next slide, we'll talk about that. We had our first virtual Cause for Pets walk in May. That's one of our biggest fundraisers that we normally do, and thank you to San Dimas for hosting us. We usually have it at Benelli Park, but obviously with COVID-19, we were unable to have such a gathering. And we're hoping to be back next year, May of 2021 in person, but it was a virtual event, and it did put a smile on people's face, and the staff had a lot of fun putting it together. We also have an ongoing event that we have is our Queen Bingo at Hamburger Mary's. If you've never checked out that, it's a lot of fun. We have a partnership with Ontario Rain where we have a ticket process and partnership, revenue partnership that we get donated back to us. We have a Howla Wine and Brew, which is at the farm at the Fairplex. If you've never been, it's a lot of fun for pets and owners. We're still waiting on whether or not we're going to be having that. That's typically in October with a Halloween costume contest, but that's to be determined. We are having our annual Dog Lake Classic, which is taking place on Monday, September 21st at Western Hills Country Club in Chino Hills with social distancing measures. That has been approved, and so we're looking forward to hosting that event. Next slide, please. So coming to San Dimas, Governor Newsom is striving for a no-kill state, which essentially is that there is no healthy, treatable animal that's euthanized. IDHS strongly does not like the term no-kill. Back in 2015, San Dimas adopted the resolution to get to zero. The goal was that we would get to zero euthanasias by the year 2020. I'm happy to report that we achieved that goal in October of 2017, and we continue to maintain that. So we are not euthanizing any healthy, treatable animal. So we are already in line with what the state is looking to do, so that's very exciting. Some data for you. You can see some numbers. The one number that I would call attention to that has increased, your violations have gone up by 23%. What that means is a leash law violation, so animals that are not on a 6-foot leash or less, usually roaming free or roaming away from the owner. Failure to clear citations, various things that happen with that. Licensing violations, so lack of licensing. And the one that we're getting a few calls lately from, and that happens to fall in the violation line, is check conditions, and that has to do with hot cars. So we're coming into our warm season, although I wouldn't say it's the warmest. I think now in Southern California, September and October are probably hotter. but nonetheless, many of you may have seen a call that we went out in another city a couple months ago where the temperature in the car at like 9 in the morning was 120. So it's important for people not to have their pets in the car with them, leave them at home during this hot weather. So next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions. I understand the agreement is later in the program, and so I can definitely stick around for that if Brad or the City Council would like me to do that. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions they want to ask her now, or do you want her to stick around?
I have a question. I said I have a question. Do you have to get the animal at your shelter to have it spayed or neutered, or can you take an animal from another source?
I'm sorry, I can't hear. It's not clear. Maybe.
To be spayed or neutered, does the animal have to come from your shelter, or if you get the animal from another source, can you have it spayed or neutered at your shelter?
You do not need, as long as you reside in our service area, to have a low-cost spay and neuter service, you do not have to get the animal from our shelter, as
Okay.
long as you reside in our service area.
Thank you.
Nicole? Nicole? It is her name, right, Nicole?
I'm here.
Can you read lips? Oh. Nicole, not to be argumentative, okay? But I can't tell you how many times, okay, over the last year, I have had a community member call me and actually complaining about, one, the service, and two, the rudeness of whoever's on the other end of the phone. And that's a very big concern of mine, because the people that are calling me are pretty reputable people that are expressing this. So where do we go from here? I know that your dad was there before, and I just got to be honest, I don't recall that many times that we heard of this. I don't know if there's, you got new employees there on the front desk or whatever, but it is a concern of mine completely.
Sure. So number one, customer service is of the utmost importance, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation. And what I would ask is that in the moment, if you have a resident that's complaining to you, please pass that along to Brad right away, because we actually record all of our phone calls. So sometimes when people say that we're rude, and I'm not saying your resident is lying. What I'm saying is sometimes the truth lies in between. Maybe we were curt. Maybe we weren't rude, and it was a dialogue meant in the perception, or maybe there's a lot of things that can happen on a phone call. I take full responsibility, though. If we have employees being rude, I want to track that down and educate to try to train that employee not to do that. That is not our goal. Our goal is education over enforcement. I would be lying if I said that I've never had an employee be rude in the history of being in customer service, but that is a trainable process, and that's not our that's not acceptable. That's not our goal. Our goal is to help your residents. I will tell you that we do have residents that will say that we were mean to them, but it's because we didn't give them their way. If we have somebody that's being unprofessional, that's not acceptable. If we just didn't give them a discount because they wanted a discount, we're going to reach out to cities if there's something that somebody's asking to be waived. That's never a decision that we just make, and so we will work to fix that. Where we go from here is that I've already implemented things moving forward, and we have training going on. Yes, to answer your question, we have had turnover. We had about a 35% turnover. This is last year, and I got to the organization at the end of the year, so there has been turnover. And some of that had to do with, we can't compete with city or county agencies, but training, professionalism, that is all fixable, and I guarantee you it will be fixed.
Thank you.
Nicole, I do have a question, kind of along the lines of the mayor. is that one thing that I regularly hear is complaints regarding barking dogs. And people call and they're upset about a habitual dog offender that continues to recidivate. And I'm very sensitive to the people working the phone in some sort of dispatch function and understand frequent callers. I can relate to that. But to that end, people become very frustrated when they call, and it seems like they get nowhere. And I think that for at least the people that I have heard negative feedback from, is that they're not finding closure and resolution to this problem. So what is your process, I guess, as it relates to that? And how do you deal with, or what could we do to educate the community to get to a better level of understanding broadly?
Sure. So as far as the barking dogs, first of all, we'll pull up the address, and if it's the initial complaint, we'll send a letter. Multiple complaints get visits from our officers, and we try to resolve it. And then ultimately, we may have an administrative hearing if the dog is becoming a public nuisance. It just really depends on how far it gets escalated. But to speak to your issue about not closing out issues, that's a customer service issue that is at the core frustrating for me, and something that I have witnessed that we are in the process of fixing. That it's not one person, it's a flow of information, and we're fixing that. Is that we've implemented company-wide email. Believe it or not, we didn't have everybody with email, and so now instead of an officer comes to visit your house related to an issue, and then you call and you speak to a customer service representative or dispatch, you're not actually connected with the same person that handled your call. And so that's something that we're trying to close the loop and follow up. If I went out on your call, now here's my information, you can reach back out to me, and then if that person is off, then you're going to get a message that says, now you can call dispatch if you need immediate assistance because I'm off for the day or I'm at court. I mean, there's various reasons why people are out, but that way you don't get this lingering, I've gotten lost into the black hole of the phone system. And so we're fixing that.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, and I think that sounds very community-oriented, and I think that assigning someone to act almost as a case manager for those instances probably will be successful, so thank you for going down a path like that.
Anyone else? Nicole, it's Emmett Badar again. When we start talking about barking dogs, obviously that's a frustrating thing at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and it continues to happen. Unfortunately, we also are dealing with neighbors and neighborhoods, and what we don't need is all of a sudden you guys send them a letter and say, hey, the guy next door to you keeps complaining about your, because that's just going to create a bigger family dispute or neighbors dispute. And so how do you guys handle that?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
How do you handle it when it's a neighbor or a group of neighbors that are complaining? Do you guys go there and you say, hey, your next door neighbor is continuing to complain about your dog? Or do you go there and say there have been complaints about your dog?
Yeah, no, we don't go there and say, by the way, the neighbor next door to you or the neighbor behind. And I can speak from having been a resident in the service area and getting a barking dog complaint years ago. I had a Belgian Malinois, and an officer came to visit me, and I was mortified. And they did not give up my neighbor who complained. But yes, there will be a visit, and there again, we are trying to, talking about community policing and the world that we're living in, we are trying to provide that education perspective. It is education over enforcement. So we get anonymous complaints all the time. We go out there. Again, once we send the initial, hey, we've got a complaint about your dog, it doesn't say Joe across the street complained about your dog. Then we go back out because we have to make contact with the complainant, right? And then we have to make contact with the person who owns the dog. Sometimes people think a dog is barking and it doesn't even belong to the person where they think it belongs. And then we go through a process. If it escalates, we go into that administrative hearing, and they'll have to have remedies, or they potentially lose their dog, which we haven't had that happen recently, or in the time, I can't even think the last time a barking dog ended up in it being relinquished, but it can happen. But there's a lot of steps. There would be a huge process for that to take place.
Thank you. Any further questions? Nicole, thank you very much for taking the time to visit with us. I'm sure that you and Brad will be talking off and on over the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll go off to oral communications. Members of the audience are invited to... Members of the audience are invited to address the City Council on any item not on the agenda. Under provisions of the Brown Act, the legislative body is prohibited from taking or engaging in discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. However, your concerns may be referred to a staff or set for discussion at a later date. If you desire to address the City Council on an item on this agenda other than the scheduled public hearings items, you may do so at this time or ask to be heard when the agenda item is considered. Okay, comments on the public hearing items will be considered when the item is scheduled for discussion. The public comment period is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Good evening, Mayor Badar, council members. This is Isabel Ebener. I just wanted to make a couple comments and have a couple quick questions. I just wanted to make a note that anyone who's trying to watch the video stream of this meeting through the old government access page, having difficulty. I don't know if that page was taken down, but not working. So I guess I just wanted to let people know that you can watch the stream homepage, YouTube. And then, Mayor Badar, I had a question specifically for you. I wanted to clarify when the agenda items come up later in the meeting, how much time will members of the community have to speak on the item?
That'll be a 2-minute time period based on the fact that I believe there's going to be quite a few calls. So it's 3 minutes now, 2 minutes then, and then obviously 5 minutes at the end.
Okay, so 2 minutes during the actual item. And I'm sorry, I was on hold, so I didn't hear what you said, but is there a total time limit?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Kurt Granzer, and I'm a resident of San Dimas. Today is a pivotal day in the history of San Dimas. Today, we find out if San Dimas has a heart. The murder of George Floyd was certainly not the start of racism, but it was a flashpoint for activism that is tired of systemic racism. Councilmember John Ebner was right to call for a resolution condemning that murder and acknowledging that systemic racism, and that it has no place in our world, let alone our community. This should have been a no-brainer for you guys, for the council to embrace and pass. Even Councilmember Vienna said he would wholeheartedly support such a resolution. However, Mr. Vienna's definition of wholeheartedly is less than 100%. Mr. Vienna did not honor the wishes of the council again and drafted his own version. He insists on adding language to a resolution condemning violence and brutality against the police. No one disputes that there has been violence and brutality inflicted upon police officers, and we all condemn that. However, the Ebner resolution tonight that honors the movements that have grown after the murder of George Floyd must stand on its own. Mr. Ebner has crafted a resolution that calls out the name of George Floyd and factually states that he was killed by members of the Minneapolis police force. Mr. Ebner rightfully includes that the actions against George Floyd is not representative and actually undermines the hard work of hundreds of thousands of law enforcement officials. However, the resolution's focus remains on combating racial injustice. Mr. Vienna, your resolution is very law enforcement heavy and disregards descriptions of murder against George Floyd and basically states he died of excessive force. But yet, Mr. Vienna uses murderous death to describe the slain police officers. Mr. Vienna even omits George Floyd's name. Also, Mr. Vienna fails to see the need for a civilian advisory committee to help foster positive dialogue between citizens and the Sheriff's Department. He fails to see that there is a need specific to this movement and specific to these times. I have proposed to Mr. Vienna that he present a resolution to the council that condemns violence and brutality against the police in the near future, maybe around National Night Out. That way, Mr. Ebner's resolution tonight and Mr. Vienna's future resolution could stand on their own, and both could have unanimous and overwhelming support. As for Council Members Weber's proposal, we must not assume that Mr. Weber's draft is the compromise between the two, because you can't compromise between a hardline, tone-deaf, pro-law enforcement resolution and one that focuses on the here and now and addresses the concern of the movement and of our citizens. And Mr. Mayor, you have entered into office under extraordinary circumstances, but tonight this will be a real test of what kind of legacy you will leave the city as its mayor. I trust you and the council will do the right thing. George Floyd.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for calling your live. Go ahead, you're live.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jan Bartolo, San Dimas resident. And I just did want to also echo what Isabel Ebner said, that you cannot pull up the YouTube. I'm having difficulty getting it on my desktop as well. So maybe if IT can look into what seems to be the problem. In addition, I'm wondering, I have taken the time out of my life on more than one occasion to call into these council meetings and express my thoughts, points, views, or opinions. And I noticed that the council never responds. There's never a response to oral communication at anywhere. So you sit, you listen to the comments, but you don't respond. Either you do not respond directly orally or in writing to the written communication, so you potentially give it to a staff person. But I would like the courtesy of a response to the comments wherever appropriate, that the people who take the time to call in and express these points, that there's some response. And in addition, I am calling in tonight to strongly express my opposition to the possibility of building 1,245 low-income new housing units at various locations, potentially throughout the city. I understand that this will be on the agenda as the night progresses, and I will be calling back in to speak to that. But in a nutshell, I do believe it will have a detrimental impact on the quality of life and property values in the surrounding and adjacent areas where this proposed development may in fact be. I think it has an adverse impact on the desirability to live or buy on property that is located in or near this type of housing. And I think it totally has an impact and an ability to create a demographic change in the community or neighborhood where the potential development will be taking place. So with that, I will call back in again when the item is on the agenda, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are we able to fix whatever their problem is with streaming?
Thank you for calling your live.
Hello.
Go ahead, you're live.
Hi, I wanted to speak about agenda item number 5C. Do I wait until then, or is it open for comment?
You should wait till then, please.
I'm sorry, say.
Yes, wait and call in when the item is called.
Okay, I'll wait until the item is called.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling your live.
Hi, my name is Mike, and I've lived in San Dimas for 30 years. I'm not quite sure how this works, but I did want to speak briefly on the resolution later tonight. Tonight you're going to be voting on a resolution inspired by the Black Lives Matter movement. According to the newspapers, tonight's resolution was first promised to the crowd at the Black Lives Matter protest in front of our City Hall on June 5th. If tonight you're going to break City Council tradition and jump into the middle of a national political controversy by passing this resolution, then you are changing the City Council forever. Up till this day, we look to you on the City Council to take care of our town. We expected you to fix our roads and build the parks, help our schools, and keep our neighborhoods safe. Every election, that is what you promised. Every election, that is what the voters were thinking about when they decided who to vote for. You did not campaign on world issues, and we did not vote for you to try to save the world. If this resolution passes, you'll be telling us that the job we hired you to do, to take care of the Senior Citizen Center, the dog park, and the equestrian trails, and the Little League field, you'd be telling us that that job is just no longer important enough for you. And you'd also be telling us that going forward in the future elections, we need to wonder and worry about your political views of the world, and not just your views about San Dimas. The result will be a city council that is more political, or partisan, or divided. Tonight, according to the title of the resolution, you will vote to abolish racism. That's an exact quote, abolish racism. Maybe next month in July you can vote to abolish hate, and in August you can vote to abolish greed and dishonesty. And maybe by the end of the year, the San Dimas City Council will have voted to abolish every vice on planet Earth. The point is, this resolution is not about abolishing racism, because if it was, everyone on the City Council and everyone in this audience would support it. This is about a political movement with an agenda hiding behind a nice name. And if you don't believe that, please go to the official website, blacklivesmatter.com. They do not like this country the way it is. They claim, and these are their words, there is rampant police brutality. There is systematic and intentional targeting of blacks for death. Their goals: defund the police, disrupt, dismantle, destroy. These are their words on their website. So if this is where the City Council is now turning for inspiration, you may be listening to the loudest voices, but you are not speaking for all the people of San Dimas. There has to be a better way to bring this city together. Thank you.
Thank you for calling, sir. Next. Brad, would you make sure that I know when 3 minutes is up, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. I actually wanted to call when you guys are discussing the low-income housing. So I have no idea when that's on the agenda and when I need to call back for that.
Emmett, do you want to?
Yes.
Yeah. That particular item is after the budget, after the resolution discussion, and then we're going to be talking about the housing.
It's item 5D. Item 5D.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. I will call back then because I really, really want to talk about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Anybody else, John?
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. How you doing? My name is Gil Gonzalez. I appreciate you being tonight, and I really appreciate the city attorney and the presentation. I'm really disappointed that Mr. Vienna is wearing the same mask that he wore last week, and I asked you to make a motion so that everybody within the city, including you, wear the same kind of mask. If anybody wants to know how I feel about it, go on the Facebook and look up Mr. Brian Vienna's, and I answered that. By the way, I call the city to request service, and I've asked Mr. Badar to call the city of Laverne and check on how they do that. I've talked to Marco Espinosa, and he did it. and he saw how it's done. I called one of your staff members Thursday, over 10 days ago, and I have not got any response to my request for service. Now, first of all, you have a phone service that says they're supposed to leave their name. I'm going to be on vacation, I'm in the field, whatever. Over 10 days and you haven't responded. I wouldn't vote for any incumbent that runs next year. And I didn't vote for any incumbents this last election, especially Mr. Vienna. I think he's kind of a smart mouth, and I know I have one question for you. Are you working, Mr. Badar? Do you consider this work?
Yeah, I consider it work.
Does the other council members consider it work?
You'd have to ask the rest of the council.
Is it more than the time that you spend in the public meetings?
Gil, I'm sorry. You know that we really can't respond, and I probably should not have responded to that.
Well, I know one thing. If you work for the county, you got to report to the county how much you work. And I can see why Mr. Vienna looks at the camera, because he does a podcast. He's a CEO of a company. He works here, and he works for the sheriff. And the sheriff has limits as to how much they can work. I'm not happy with you, Ryan. I wasn't happy from the day we met over Pitt Public Safety Commission when you wanted to bring up this CERT thing, and I fought you on it because that would be an expense to the city. I didn't like you bringing in the guy from Butters. And you eat there, and you try to support him about the parking, and I gave you an adequate response of what you're supposed to do. And here you are again, not going along with what the public says. You shouldn't be wearing a mask, advertising people that have businesses in the city, and I would be happy to share my taxes with your taxes, and I would be happy to show you all the tens of thousands of dollars I've spent in this city. So don't tell me, shame on me.
Gil,
shame on you.
Excuse me, Mr. Gonzalez. Your time is up, sir. Next.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, my name is Steve, and I am a resident of San Dimas. I'm calling to refute something that one of the callers, a few callers back, said, that the idea of this resolution is a national problem, and that it was created by a Black Lives Matter group. That's absolutely false, and this is a local issue, and unfortunately, it sounds like many of us here in the city are having to reach out to ask for this resolution because I'm sure all of the members of the council have never faced any kind of discrimination based on the color of their skin. But the other thing that I wanted to mention and refute is that the idea that this resolution was brought on by some kind of group. This resolution was brought out by Councilman Ebner, and I'm one of the first group of people who contacted him and asked him for this kind of resolution. I'm a member of no group. I am a member of this community, though, and like-minded people got together, and we've been calling and doing what we can to help fight racism in San Dimas. Our job is to do what we can to make sure that this community is better for our children, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. So if that gentleman who called has not been touched by racism personally, well, he's lived a blessed life, but there are many who have, and we're trying to do our part to end that. So I fully support Councilmember Ebner's resolution, and I hope that the council will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. John? How are we doing on 30 minutes? How are we doing on 30 minutes?
This one's up. Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, my name's Kara. I'm a senior resident of San Dimas. I wasn't going to call in, but I just saw some pretty really disturbing. The calls I'm listening to are pretty disturbing when it comes to speaking about Black Lives Matter and not trying to solve problems. I'm Black. I'm a resident of San Dimas. I don't really think it's uncalled for to denounce the shooting of George Floyd, actually the murder of George Floyd. I don't even think the resolution asked you guys to say Black Lives Matter. It didn't ask you guys to say anything about Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery. It didn't ask those things. But I have a Black son. I have 2 Black children. And I'm disgusted that I just had to hear the word they several times, they, when talking about trying to defend my life. I was on a San Dimas Buzz post, which Deanna has been posting on as well in support of the Project Room Key, which in itself, don't even get me started on anti-homelessness and all those things, so I'll stay focused. But my big issue right now is there's nothing, I don't understand why I have to defend my right to live and my safety in my neighborhood. I'm not anti-cop. I have my kids' godparents. I share it. My issue right now is the fact that, I'm having to, why should you not make a comment about human decency? I'm an educator. I got 2 master's degrees. I've been working towards diversity in my own school district. And I'm appalled at what I just heard right now, who is related to apparently one of the council members a couple calls ago. I just bought a pizza for a cop the other day because I appreciate the work that our law enforcement does, but I don't understand why the two are mutually exclusive. And I don't understand why I have to defend my son's right to live and be they. They're not asking for anything crazy and off the cuff. So I appreciate it. I'm sure you guys are going to talk about it at 5C, but, I just think it's absolutely appalling that the word they is used, and we're using this to kind of defend racism and my life, my right to live. Sorry. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I'd like to live. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
My children's life matters. Thank you.
Thank you. John. Yeah, but ask him.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, I'm a new resident of San Dimas, but I am, just as the other callers regarding the Black Lives Matter movement, this isn't a Black Lives Matter movement. This is this is about equality. This is about rights. Everyone should have that option to walk these streets safely. San Dimas has been a wonderful town to me so far. I am a person of color, but in regards to the city should be addressing this. After what happened with George Floyd, it is appalling. Granted, it may not be happening to others in this city, or it may not have been witnessed, but it is still something we should call attention to and not sweep under the rug. We can't move forward without change, and if we keep ignoring the fact that there's a possibility of this happening in our city, it's just not good. This is something that needs to be addressed. This is something that we need to take care of. This is something we need to move forward. We do need to address this situation. This is something that needs to be paid attention to. If we want growth, if we want to move forward with people in this city, we need to know that you guys are on our side. And without that, that would cause a lot of issues, and we need that. We need to know that you guys care about the city, that you care about everyone in the city. I read the proposal, and there's a lot of mixed emotions on them. But I do believe that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in regards to this. A lot of work. I'm sure there's a lot of other people that need to call in that will be echoing what some of us are saying, that there's something that needs to change, that there's something that needs to be done. That's all. Thank you for lending me your ear. I hope that we can come up with a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one more, that'll be the end right now. No calls? Okay, consent calendar?
I move approval.
Second.
There's one item on which I need to abstain, 4G, I think it is. And
4B?
4G, it's on the second reading of the ordinance to end the moratorium on the SP 20, I always forget the number, SP 23. So yeah, all you have to do is announce that I'm abstaining from that particular one.
Councilman Evans is going to abstain from, which one is it, though?
4G, because that
4G,
concerns
resolution
the
to
M&E
repeal.
project.
Okay. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Councilman Ebner is going to abstain.
From 4G.
4G. Okay. The end of the consent calendar, other business. Adoption of the 2020-2021 annual capital and operating budget. Recommended action.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Brad McKinney, Interim City Manager. Tonight, we present the fiscal year 2021 Operating Capital Improvement Program budget for council adoption. Attached to the staff report is a schedule of the estimated beginning fund balances, estimated revenues, transfers in and out, estimated expenditures, use of reserves for capital projects and equipment, and the ending fund balances for each fund. The budget process began back in January with a kickoff meeting for the city manager and department heads to discuss deliverables necessary to present a budget to council in the first meeting in April. However, as staff started to see the effects of COVID-19 pandemic and the negative impacts it was having on operations, adjustments had to be made. The effects of the business shutdowns and stay-at-home orders impacted the 1920 revenues and the revenue projections for fiscal year 2021. To comply with COVID-19 health orders, the City of San Dimas took steps in order to ensure the safety of the community. This required the closure of city facilities, which resulted in the refunding of building rentals, excursions, membership dues, and a number of other program fees. The city also suspended its parking and code compliance operations, which impacted revenues. The largest anticipated reductions were in the city's sales tax and transit occupancy tax, or TOT, which accounts for a combined decrease of $1.2 million when compared to the pre-COVID estimates. The city also saw reductions in business license, franchise fees, fee tax revenues, and permit fees. Altogether, the city anticipates collecting nearly $3 million less in revenues for fiscal year 1920 and nearly $2.8 million in fiscal year 2021. Staff first discussed the revenue outlook in a presentation to City Council on May 12th. The preliminary budget was then presented on May 20th during the budget study session, and a reduced budget was presented on May 26th, where staff received recommendations and comments from council. Staff presented a third version of the budget for council consideration at the June 9th meeting, where council provided final recommendations in order to finalize the budget. Since the June 9th budget session, staff has removed the Foothill Median project that was budgeted at $400,000 and reduced the urban forest reforestation budget from $150,000 to $100,000 and removed 2 proposed full-time positions. Staff also further analyzed projected revenues and expenditures versus the actual receipts that have been collected prior to the budget meetings and have made necessary adjustments to reflect those figures based on the actuals. The results of the actions have created an anticipated revenue and transfer in total of roughly $23.1 million, and general fund maintenance and operating expenditures and use of reserves for projects and equipment totaling roughly $24.9 million. The beginning fund balance in fiscal year 2021 is projected to be roughly $18.66 million, and the ending fund balance is projected to be $16.78 million, which represents a decrease of roughly $1.8 million. The $16,788,387 ending fund balance, when compared to maintenance and operating expenditures of roughly $24 million, equivalents to a reserve of approximately 70%, or 69.52%. The total, all cities and entity balance, which includes the general fund, special funds, housing successor agency funds, has an anticipated beginning balance of 38.2 million and is anticipated to have an ending fund balance of 32.1 million. The proposed budget includes a number of projects which have been discussed in the multiple budget study sessions to improve the city's infrastructure, parks, and buildings, which are outlined in the staff report that was presented to you tonight. The budget also includes 2 large equipment purchases to assist the city in landscape operations and maintaining the walking and horse trails, along with maintaining the quality of the grass turf in our parks. In addition, the budget includes funding to upgrade electronic charging stations using air quality management district funds. With that, staff recommends the City Council adopt the fiscal year 2020-21 operating capital improvement program budget as proposed, which maintains a general fund balance of 70%. This concludes my presentation, and staff is here to answer any questions you might have.
Questions?
Well, we hashed this out in several meetings, and I think everybody gave a little, and we ended up with what will be a 70% reserve, almost 70%. I think that's awfully good. I was willing to go lower considering the times, but Mr. Mayor, do we have to invite public comment on this, I believe? And besides that, I don't have any further comments right now.
We've been asking for public comment due to the fact that we have this circumstance. So, yeah, we'll open it up for public comment. John?
Give us 2 minutes.
Anything? Let us move forward. Do we need a motion on that?
I move approval of the budget.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Oh,
Carries 5-0.
I actually wanted to, although I don't think it's a legal conflict, but I do want to recuse myself specifically from the fund that deals with the Sheriff's Department contract. So I'd like to abstain from just that particular line item.
It's not a legal conflict, but do you want to re-vote, or are you happy just stating your abstention now?
Yeah, if council accepts my extension on that one line item,
Okay.
I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Anyways, I just want to say something. I think the staff should be congratulated on coming back with the budget the way they did after hearing from the council. So good job.
Absolutely, really good work. Thank you guys all.
I echo
Please.
that. I think you guys did really
Please
good.
pass that on to your entire staff.
Yep. Mayor, City Council, I really appreciate the comments, and staff did a great job at preparing this budget.
I know all gave some gave all, almost. Sorry, Hector, but we'll get there.
Okay, item 5B, establishing appropriation limits for fiscal year 2020, 2021, and appropriate excess revenues.
Yes, Michael O'Brien, our Administrative Services Manager, is going to report on this.
Good evening, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Michael O'Brien, Administrative Services Manager. The GAN limit was established with the passing of Proposition 4 back in 1979, which assured voters that limits were placed on all state and local government appropriations or expenditures by limiting the ability of state and local governments to increase or impose new taxes that would lift them above the GAN limit. In June of 1990, California voters approved Proposition 111, which revised the adjustment factors applied going back to 1986-87 appropriations limit and each year thereafter. The GAN limit specifies that appropriations funded by taxes may be increased annually by the higher of the change in California per capita income or non-residential assessed valuation and the greater of the change in San Dimas population or the Los Angeles County population. City Council is required to confirm each year the factor used for calculating the annual appropriations limit. This year, the Los Angeles County population percent change of negative 0.11 factored along with the California per capita cost of living change of 3.7% results in an appropriations limit of $83,263,584, which is roughly $58.8 million above the $24.5 million in taxes the city currently receives on, and which is anticipated to receive in this upcoming budget, and that is across all funds, not just the general fund, all the taxes we accumulate from all funds. So with that, it's staff's recommendation that the council approve Resolution 2020-37 to establish the calculation factor for the 2021 appropriations limit. That concludes my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Okay. Would you read the resolution by title?
Resolution 2020-37, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, County of Los Angeles, adopting an appropriations limit for fiscal year 2020-21 and appropriate excess revenue.
Move approval, waive further reading.
Second.
Second.
Second by Bertone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Vote will be 4-0. Councilman Vienna has stepped out of the room, so it's 4-0. Okay. Okay, for tonight, we have consideration of actually 3 resolutions presented by two resolutions submitted by the subcommittee and one submitted by Councilman John Ebner, or I'm sorry, Councilman Vienna, right? So we have a total of 3. And what we'll do is that after I make a statement, then we'll open it and let John go first. We'll let Weber go second, and we'll let Vienna go third. And I believe those resolutions are going to be on a PowerPoint.
Yeah, Mayor, City Council, staff is prepared to have each of those resolutions up on the projector and available for the public to view for discussion at your direction.
Thank you. And after each presentation, we will allow for public comment for 2 minutes. So after John's presented his, it'll be 2 minutes. I would ask the public to be mindful that there are probably a lot of people calling, so if you could keep it to 2 minutes, and if someone else has already said something that you're just re-expressing, please be mindful of that.
Can I just ask a question on that procedure, Emmett? So what are you anticipating? That we would go through the first resolution, then vote on it, then go to the second, or are we going to see all 3 together?
I would imagine we should see all 3.
So, okay, so I was just wondering if we might, just a suggestion, so I'm not against what you just said, but I wonder if I should present, well, I'll explain what it is, but there are 2 from the subcommittee, and, I have one, Eric has a slightly different one than Ryan. I wonder if we should do those back to back so that the public
That's
can
what
then.
we said.
Oh, is that what you said? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You, Ryan, or Eric, and then Ryan.
Just getting it straight.
Okay.
Thank you.
You all right with that?
Yep, that's perfect.
Mayor,
Right.
Mayor and City Council, to clarify, because I think what the confusion is the mayor had said that Councilmember Ebner will present, and then you'd have public comment on that resolution, and then Councilmember Ebner will present, and then you'd have public comment. You're saying everybody present the resolutions and then open it up to public comment?
What would be the council's pleasure?
It'd be better to have them all out there so the public, so people might want to call in for the first one, can talk about all 3 if they want to. Otherwise, you're going to have the same people calling in with each
Okay.
one.
So
Or they might call in. I mean, I don't
Okay,
know.
so we'll just do it. Everybody accepted? Does
that work?
Make
That's
the
fine.
presentations, and then we'll open up for public comment.
Sounds good.
All right? With that being said, I have some comments that I want to make concerning the resolution process. First off, I want to thank the community members who reached out and met with me a week ago. There were 6 representatives of the community. It was a very informative and I felt a productive time to meet and talk with these folks. I want to thank you once again. I'm sure that we didn't all agree on everything, but at least I felt like there was a good dialogue. I want to thank the community members who emailed their concerns to the entire council. I believe, Deborah, how many people did we have in public comments? So we know
We
that.
had 78 public comment emails that were received, posted on the city's website, and they were all sent to council members, all 5 council members' emails, my email, public comment email, and to the city manager's email.
And they were,
And they are part of the permanent record.
okay, and it were pro and cons, so they're all within that 70.
Yes, there were emails that supported some resolutions, and there were some emails that opposed some of the resolutions, so it was a mix.
Okay. I want to make a special thanks to the members of the community who sat down and wrote their personal concerns versus those of boilerplate type exemplars. Although we got everybody's name, all you really had to do was read one, and then you read them a considerable amount. So it was, it made it easy and to the point. I do want to say that I am deeply disappointed that the council subcommittee was unable to reach a consensus on one comprehensive resolution expressing the council's concerns of what occurred in Minnesota within our county and our community. Okay. Each member of the council has made a public statement on the value of free speech and First Amendment rights of all citizens and encourage peaceful engagement and communications as our residents stand united against criminal actions. The events in Minnesota have shaken people around the country, including many residents of San Dimas. I condemn the actions of the Minneapolis Police Department against George Floyd. These actions were against the core values and the oath taken by law enforcement officers. I am personally against any social injustices and support equal rights, opportunities, and safety for everyone. I am so proud of our community for conducting a very peaceful protest and want to compliment the residents in their earnest spirit of the organizers that came out to protest to show their support peacefully. I hope we all can remain united in this reveal. It revealed at San Dimas to be an example of the community that we all expect. When I wrote this, it was dealing with the protest that occurred a week ago on a Friday. Okay? I also want to take the opportunity to thank the people who set up and conducted a peaceful protest this afternoon in front of the City Hall. So thank you very much. With that all being said, I have read and reviewed all 3 resolutions that are before us tonight. I believe they all 3 fall short of our expectations for this council and this community. They, in my opinion, and they appear to be divisive and polarization. Okay? Thus far, I will not be supporting any of the resolutions before us tonight. Again, I will say this is a disappointment. I truly believe, and as I told many of the people who text me, that I was hoping that the subcommittee, John and Eric, would be able to come up with a resolution that we all could get to 5-0. So I'm very disappointed. I would also like to charge the members of the community to get involved and meet with the commissions and the leadership of this community to better communicate and create better communication between the entire community. We all are created equal and should be treated equal by everyone. Thank you. John?
You want me to go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a title for this, or a subject for this agenda item, and, but one of the resolutions does not go exactly with that title, so I'm going to read the title, and then just briefly talk about our subcommittee, and then we'll read the entire resolution, and I do have some minor change. In fact, they're very minor, but I see we're ready to make little changes. Can you pass those down? And Ryan, one's for you and one's for Brad and Jeff. And we'll be going over those in a minute. So the title of this subject, which I appreciate the City Council agreeing to put on the agenda, because I think it's important, is a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, County of Los Angeles, calling for unity, dialogue, and action to abolish racism wherever it may exist, and to ensure justice and respect for all members of our community. Very briefly, because I'm sure we'll have some discussion later on about the resolution. This resolution came about because on May 25th, something happened that galvanized a civil rights movement, in my opinion. So George Floyd was killed, and because of that, I mean, there's been other instances like this, but because of that particular killing, it re-energized a civil rights movement. So that's sort of a national thing. That's true. But it's the kind of national thing that reaches right into San Dimas, because people in San Dimas were affected by that. And then we had a protest. I shouldn't say we, I went to it, but somebody else put it on June 5th, I believe it was. Seeing the protest, seeing that people in San Dimas were deeply affected by what was going on and were very, very concerned and seizing an opportunity that maybe doesn't come along that often, I felt that it would be a good idea for the City of San Dimas to have a resolution basically being on the side of the people that aren't heard that much, or feel they aren't heard that much. And so the goal in that resolution that I was trying to get at was to denounce the killing of George Floyd, understand that he was a catalyst, that death was a catalyst for a reinvigorated civil rights movement, which was important to residents here in San Dimas. Go on to condemn racism and affirm equality, justice, respect. And lastly, and this is, you know, it's the last thing in the resolution, but it's not the least important. It's what can we do, and my idea was that let's set up a process, a body, or whatever you want to call it, so that the leaders can sit down and really listen to the concerns of people that sometimes feel they aren't being heard. I think that all of those things are worthwhile. Now, so we had a meeting, a special meeting, to do a process. I mean, I was perfectly willing to just come and have a resolution, but we appointed Eric and myself to be a subcommittee. And first of all, we did a lot of work, and we came a long way. I have to say that we both made compromises, Eric and I, big compromises, both of us. The resolution you see before us isn't what I originally envisioned, and I would think Eric will say the same, that his. So I applaud Eric for the kinds of compromises he made. Some of the whereases, you'll see them, they're common to both of ours, basically, because we hammered them out, sitting here in City Hall for 3.5 hours one night, trying to get to something that we could bring back. So, Mr. Mayor, we tried really hard, but in some of these cases, sometimes you reach a point where you're 90% there, but the other 5 or 10%, it's just hard to get there. And Eric and I had deep-held feelings about part of the resolution, and I know Ryan does too, and all this will be discussed. but we had deep-held feelings. I felt that George Floyd's name should be mentioned. Eric can speak about, his thoughts on that. But we just reached a point where neither one of us could get any closer. And even after that meeting, we talked had emails and talked at least a couple times on the phone, Monday and Tuesday, and today even, about, where we were. So here's my resolution, and I think it does have input from the community. It's not all me on this at all. I have passed out, I have a couple corrections. Deborah, are you doing the typing on this or who's doing the typing? Michael, thank you. Okay, so we read the title already. In that first, I'm going to read it after we make a change here. So I'd like to change unreasonable to excessive. And I would like to put a comma after black man. My kids and everybody else will tell you that I'm really picky on language and that kind of stuff, so try to get it right. First, whereas on May 25th, 2020, George Floyd, a black man, was killed by members of the Minneapolis police force using excessive force, and his death was shocking, abusive, and unwarranted. In the second whereas, we're going to change, and I noticed this was changed in my colleagues' resolutions as well, I believe, at least Eric's. Action should be plural. Actions of the officers, plural. Yeah, of the officers, plural officers. And then we just need to change the person of the two verbs. That would be are, and then undermines would be undermine. Okay. I think this is an important whereas, and it reads, whereas the actions of the officers in this case are not representative of and undermine the hard work and dedication of hundreds of thousands of law enforcement professionals nationwide who work tirelessly to keep our communities safe. Next, whereas, I just want to change for to about. This whereas is, whereas San Dimas is a diverse community that is concerned about the equal and fair treatment of all persons, and nothing to change in the next couple. Whereas racism and racial injustice harm the people of our nation and the people of San Dimas. And whereas the city of San Dimas will not accept that any person be discounted, undervalued, or marginalized. And I will say I think that's directly from Eric's suggestions, and I really appreciate that. In the next whereas, we have the last one there. It's instead of could, and that's in the second line there. Wait a second. Should, yeah. There we go. Last whereas we must come together as a community, listen, and learn from each other in order to identify where change should be made and how we can make it. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of San Dimas does hereby resolve that the City Council mourns the death of George Floyd and condemns his senseless killing. Slight change in the next one, and that's instead of all acts, just change it to any act. Act singular. And then change and violence to or violence, just on that same line there. Thanks, Michael. I just changed that to or. Appreciate that. Okay, so, and there's no more changes. The City Council denounces and will not tolerate any act of racism, hate, or violence. We affirm the values of equality, justice, compassion, and respect. We will continuously strive to ensure accountability, understanding, and solidarity in the community. And each one of those words is so important. Section 3, the City Council will assist in the creation of a local civilian advisory committee. I'm not hung up on that name. It can be any name we want to use, but it's a body, to foster constructive, honest, and substantive dialogue between the community and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the San Dimas City Council, and the San Dimas Public Safety Commission. And the rest is just your regular wrap-up. So that is the resolution that I am proposing tonight.
We're going to move to Eric. Thank you, John.
So I guess I'll start out with a little bit of background on this subcommittee as well. I too am kind of disappointed. I think we missed an opportunity to come to a mutually beneficial resolution text. While we were 90% there, I think without trying to appease, the partisan side of this issue, this does tend to become a hyper-partisan issue. Without trying to appease all of those, hyper-partisan people, I think it's possible to get there. Like John said, we've extended olive branches as far as the process goes. I think there are some alternatives including what is in the agenda, and then one that didn't make it into the agenda, I think tried to represent a more holistic viewpoint of the issues at hand, and are working more towards to satisfy the stated goal for the subcommittee, which is to bring back a single resolution and for it to represent the values of the entire community and unite the community together rather than divide. That didn't happen, and I'm disappointed it didn't. I'm not that kind of person that likes leaving work undone. I think you can probably ask my wife that I can't sit down if there's a job to be done. So I'm frustrated. But I know that, I did what I needed to do and made a good faith effort, I think. No matter the result tonight, I think I'll be releasing a personal statement at some point on social media, just addressing what I personally stand for in regards to this. Going out of the verbiage, for background, I don't oppose naming of George Floyd in any resolution. My objection to that was that I believe that there were innocent victims that were also killed in the wake of this incident and are related so closely to it, and their names should be mentioned as well. It seems like that was a pretty big point of division. The resolution that's included in the agenda packet was without any names, to be in contrast with Councilmember Ebner's resolution verbiage. During the process, I did send over an alternative that included George Floyd's name and also other innocent victims, but that was also not agreed upon. One thing that I did want to touch on...
I'm sorry, Eric, that wasn't agreed upon by the two members of the subcommittee?
Correct.
Thank you.
We should probably great to leave that part out, though. I mean, that's a proposal. I'm not trying to say what you should propose, but that would be good to have.
I do have it here. I could read it out loud if people are interested. One thing that I wanted to talk about, murder seemed to be a word that callers were concerned about. In my opinion, coming from a legal background, there is a legal implication to the word murder. It is a legal term that has due process implications to it. In my opinion, the video indeed shocks the conscience. And yes, there is an allegation of murder, but that's what it is at this point, is it's an allegation. As of right now, there are still factors that need to be sorted out, including 2 conflicting medical examinations. And in, accordance with our justice system, ultimately, the decision as to whether this death was the result of a murder is up to a body of jurors. And right now, especially sitting on a city council so far away without having the facts available to me, it would be very premature for someone in my position to prejudge what's going to happen, probably pretty far down the line. Some clarification on the Civilian Review Board. This was something that's addressed in Councilmember Ebner's resolution. I think at heart, it is a good proposal. I talked a lot with Captain Berg, and he is on board. He has met with the community group that has drafted their own resolution, and that's my understanding at least. And he's open to continuing dialogue. I think in speaking with Captain Berg, he shed some light on some options, and one is that the San Dimas station already has what they call a community, looking for the community advisory committee instead of the civilian advisory committee. I think the verbiage is in the first resolution. So one already exists, according to Captain Berg. It's pretty underutilized. He said it just needs to be, it needs new interest. And I think this would be a good opportunity for that new interest. Captain Berg seemed like he was, open to that. It's, no need to create a new committee when one already exists. It would be a duplication of effort, I think. And I don't know that it would really do anything different than what the committee that's already in place would do. And again, that's in addition to the Public Safety Commission on the city side and the county's Civilian Oversight Committee. There was also a demand that was emailed to all the council members to omit violence against police officers. And in my opinion, just like the violence against the innocent victims that were killed in the aftermath of this, specifically in our verbiage, whether we're going to include violence against police officers or violence against other civilians in the wake of this whole incident, the resolutions, both of them, include a intolerance or a denouncing of all acts of violence. And to me, this includes acts of violence against George Floyd. It includes acts of violence against civilians, innocent civilians, and police officers as well. I don't see how applying that core value to one party and not equally to another based on some individual characteristic like a line of work contributes to the solution. I think it probably just drives a wedge further between parties. And, we don't need divisiveness right now. We need the ability to unite together. So, going down my resolution, again, this is the version that does not have George Floyd's name in it, just as contrast of what it would be like to withhold the names of those other victims that were killed in this incident. Is
there copies of Eric's resolution?
It's in the agenda packet.
This is the one in the agenda packet.
That's the only one.
He's got another one that.
Is there one with the names in it?
Yeah, I've got that. If you want, do you have it?
I don't have it printed. No.
I've got a copy. It may have notes on it, but staff can make copies of it. We can read it out loud. Let me find it while you're reading this one, maybe.
So this copy. The first whereas, on May 25th, 2020, a life was lost in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota, while in the custody of a member of that city's police force. It was clear that an officer in this case used force that was in excess of what was necessary to ensure public safety and exhibited a disturbing indifference to human life. The second whereas, the actions of the officer in this case is not representative of and undermines the hard work and dedication of hundreds of thousands of law enforcement professionals nationwide who work tirelessly to keep our communities safe. The third whereas, racism in whatever form causes great pain to all Americans including in San Dimas. Next, whereas, San Dimas is a peaceful and diverse community that's concerned for the equal and fair treatment of all persons. The next, whereas, the city of San Dimas will not accept that any person be discounted, undervalued, or marginalized. The next, whereas, we must come together as a community, listen and learn from each other in order to identify where change can be made and how we can make it. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of San Dimas does hereby resolve that the City Council denounces the actions that contributed to this senseless death. The City Council denounces all acts of racism, hate, and violence, affirming the values of equality, justice, compassion, and respect. We will continuously strive to ensure accountability, understanding, and solidarity in our community. And lastly, the City Council will assist in the reinvigoration of and encourage participation in the Community Advisory Committee to foster constructive, honest, and substantive dialogue between the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the community, the Public Safety Commission, and the City Council. And I think thank you to the city manager for passing out the additional resolution. To be honest, I didn't plan on reading this. I think my plan was in part to turn this into my personal public statement. Either way, whatever happened from here, take the bones of this and put that out publicly.
If you want to just stick with what's in the agenda, I mean, I'm not trying to pressure you. Or anything.
I don't mind reading it.
Okay.
If people would like to hear it, I don't mind reading it. If it can somehow add clarity or maybe understanding, that's probably a good thing.
Just the highlighted portions.
Yeah, so there were very few verbiage changes right at the beginning in the first whereas. On May 25th, 2020, George Floyd died in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota, while in the custody of a member of that city's police force. Would be the first change. On the fifth whereas, the city of San Dimas will not accept that any person be discounted, undervalued, or marginalized, including the lives of innocent victims lost in the wake of George Floyd's death. These names include names like David Dorn, David Underwood, Damon Gutzweiler, Italia Kelly, Chris Beatty, Robert Forbes, Jose Gutierrez, and Victor Cazares Jr. And then in the therefores, section 3, I amended to provide a little bit more clarity as far as the commissions and committees. And that reads, the City Council encourages participation in the San Dimas Public Safety Commission, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Community Advisory Committee, and Los Angeles County Civilian Oversight Committee, or Commission, to foster constructive, honest, and substantive dialogue between the community, City Council, and Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And those were the three changes between the two of substance.
Okay, any questions? John, any questions?
No. So is that, I mean, would you want that to be another alternative? I mean, even a fourth resolution? I mean, I'm just asking if what you prefer.
I could go back. I'm going to be frank, I suppose. It doesn't hurt to be frank in this case. My preference would be to have gone that extra 10% and brought back the one document. I understand that we can't. I kind of feel I'm torn in a sense in that we've got now what is 3 times more than the amount of resolutions that we were originally supposed to be considering. By me adding this to it, it adds a 4th. And I don't know that doing so would be anything more than kind of an exercise in frustration. Maybe drag this out even further. I'm absolutely for if we can come to a agreement. I truly don't believe that the second or the 5th whereas, including innocent victims that were also killed, is that big of a give, and I don't know that it would be that big of a give to the community. And I think it addresses some other concerns from the community as well. So I don't mind it being an option, but my fear is that by introducing resolution after resolution, that we're just watering everything down and kind of taking away the powerful statement that this was intended to be, the uniting statement, and hopefully the goal was a unanimous statement from the council. So I'm open to it.
Go ahead. Good point. And just to say, it might be of interest to know that Eric and I started from the bottom of the resolution and the whereases and everything else. So we worked our way up. Not that it was easy, and I mean, we spent 3 hours working our way up, getting word change and things that I wanted in there, things that I didn't need in there, things that Eric wanted in there. We worked our way up because we knew that the George Floyd part was going to be the hardest when we got to that. So I think Eric would be happy, and, you know, for a minute I didn't really consider it, but I was, you know, I realized that it would work if we just started out by condemning racism, you know, and then going down from there with everything else. So, and that's not in dispute. We all condemn it, and racial injustice and everything else. But when we got to the George Floyd part, that's where we had a hard time.
I just want to make sure I understand. So you saw this, though, this exact thing before this meeting? So you've seen this before, right?
I saw this yesterday, I think.
Yeah, this got sent over Monday.
Yep. And when we get to discussing things, we'll be glad to discuss that.
Okay. Thanks.
All right.
Nope, that's it.
Great. Brian?
Sure. All right. So, what a process. So first, I definitely want to thank everyone that has raised their voice to all of this and has been actively involved in bringing a lot of things forward in this community regarding these things. I will point out a couple things that are very disappointing. I'm very disappointed in that subcommittee. The uncompromising manner in which 2 council members could not come to a consensus. And I understand it. I understand why. But it is disappointing. And the irony of the statements in the resolutions. In John's, whereas we will not accept any person to be discounted, undervalued, or marginalized, but we can't agree on language in a resolution. And whereas we must come together as a community to listen and learn from each other in order to identify where change can or should be made and how we can make it. And we couldn't agree. 2 council members couldn't agree. Very disappointing. That was to avoid the exercise that we're in this moment, right now. And, you know, I worked with a lot of people. So to my surprise, on Friday, when the agenda packet's posted, there's 2 resolutions. So to all of these people, whoever wrote these template emails saying how they are vehemently opposed to Councilmember Vienna's proposed resolution because it undermines the process the City Council agreed upon, I'd say someone on the subcommittee did that first. And it's not about first or not. It's about the fact that the council wished to get one resolution back and entrusted 2 members of this council to work together to do that. I'm very disappointed that didn't happen. That being said, so over the weekend, as I sit there and I read what's out in the public packet, and I call the city attorney and say, hey, so let me ask you a question. Would there be any issue? And I want this to be very well known to all of these people. Isabel Ebner, Phil Ebner, Ruth, David Milbrandt, everybody that has organized this movement locally. And there's no issue with it. And so I point that out before I get into reading this, that it's just ironic that the person leading the charge on this somehow couldn't bring people together, or at least get those people to get together, and that we couldn't come to one singular resolution. And so, to that end, what's funny is my resolution builds upon, there's a lot of similar language, I'm sure some of you may have known, which then would mean that I probably listened to the other members of council, as well as the other people in this community who I speak with, people of color, people in law enforcement, people who are seniors, people who don't otherwise engage, and people who do. So, with that said, and then we can get into some discussion. And you know, I wasn't even going to get into this, but I'm going to. Tonight when, yesterday, as a matter of fact, when somebody brought all of this up, actually if we go back a couple weeks ago, Isabel Ebner gave me a call. Ryan, I really feel like we need to do something. I read your statement on Facebook condemning racism and the acts against George Floyd. I said his name, Kirk Kranzer. I hope you heard that, and others. And I said, what happened to him, his death, it was wrong, and it should not have happened. And ultimately, Isabel said, I feel like we need to do something. I feel like we need to do something. Okay. Well, you know me, and you know I'm not shy to say something, and I certainly will speak out at the next council meeting, and I did. And so then, next thing I know, I'm reading an article on how Councilmember John Ebner is announcing at a protest that he's going to pursue a resolution here in the city of San Dimas, and as someone said tonight, I guess he promised that to people in the community. It sounds like he promised passing a resolution. And so, you know, I said, okay, and I'm open to listen, and I'm willing to hear from people. But then we move forward, and all of a sudden, there's now an organized effort, largely spearheaded by, Councilman Ebner taking the charge on this with his daughter-in-law, who's been politically active in the community, and her husband, his son, Philip, and then organizing other members of the community to be able to try and raise awareness to this. And I think what happened, and what's interesting to me about all of this, is it really, when you look at what happened and the resolution that's here, it was not really, it doesn't really acknowledge all of the other council members and the voices that are in this community. It's not. As a matter of fact, we've heard here, just before we get into this, and we're hearing from these resolutions, that John's pretty uncompromising on where he's at with this. And the irony of that, the irony of it, in this whole thing, to not want to listen and hear others and bring people together. And so tonight, before I read my resolution, and I know people had issues with the inclusion of law enforcement murders and injuries and civilians and other people, and feel that the mention of any collateral injuries or death lessens the movement, that these people's lives don't matter as well, that, you know, the nexus of to these incidents in the wake of all of this, you know, don't speak to the humanity. Every single person here has said and condemned the acts against George Floyd. Tonight, a woman said to me, "What are you afraid of?" And this woman said that after I was pretty visibly shaken about something that happened. And so what happened tonight is I came here. There was a protest that we received last-minute notice about. And so when I went and I came and I told my wife I was going to come here a little bit early, I wanted to try to be able to go out, see what the protest is about, meet with the city manager, meet with the sheriff's department, and get some information and make a decision on if I was going to go out and see these folks, if it was safe to do so. And you want to talk about humanity. So I parked my car in the back because, as everyone here knows, or at least it's been written in all of these emails, that were template written, as the mayor pointed out, which, whoever's on that organizing committee, I get it. Template email, I understand it. It's easy to distribute. As a matter of fact, I received the template, and I also received complaints from citizens in the community who were being unsolicited, receiving unsolicited private messages on their Facebook by members of this community trying to enlist them in the cause. And I got those phone calls, and they said, we elect you guys to represent us. Why are these people messaging me? I know how to get in touch with my city council. So, anyways, I'm a law enforcement officer, as many of you know, as some members of this council know. Right now, as outlined in some of the comments that have come through, it's a scary time to be a cop. It is. Anyone that wears the badge and the gun, it's a scary time. And much of the community knows what I do. So I park in the back for my own personal safety reasons. And some guy on a bicycle, who was really hard to make out, looked like he was wearing a disguise, turns out to be Philip Ebner, goes and rides his bicycle, watches me park, apparently, and then he hides and lay in waits behind the wall by the Jedediah statue out here. And then I go to walk up to enter the back at City Hall, and he goes, "Hey, why don't you go confront the people?" I almost jumped out of my skin. The humanity, you want to talk about humanity? Talk about the insensitivity of Philip Ebner and Isabel and what ends up happening after this. The methodology that has happened with this. It's been divisive. And when I put in my resolution the things that I did about law enforcement, just because people aren't sitting here lining up doesn't mean there aren't impacts going on in this community. And I'm ashamed of what's come out of this. This whole exercise, John, I'm ashamed of it. And I'm ashamed of what happened at the back of City Hall. I'm ashamed of the fact that when I walked over here to go out here and I saw the lieutenant from the sheriff's station and wanted to talk to him about what was going on out there and if it's safe, after I've basically had Philip Ebner lay in wait and then pull out his phone. Like, I don't know if he's streaming, I don't care. But to pull out his phone to intimidate or bully, because that's what it seems like they're doing, intimidation and bullying tactics. I guess that's what it's come to in San Dimas. And I'm very sad about that. I am. And I'm not going to sit here and watch. Then when I come into the lobby here to talk to the sheriff's captain or sheriff's lieutenant, a lady walks in, and apparently Phil called somebody, and she's like, "You snuck in the back. You trying to avoid these people." I wasn't trying to avoid these people. I wasn't. But the charge from what the Ebner name is bringing is disgusting. It's wrong. It's not how we've done things in this community. It really is not. And the bottom line is, I went out there and I stood with those people and I heard from those people. And I was the first council member. I understand Dennis was spared, but I was not. And so I did go out there after I talked to Brad for a second, after I talked to the lieutenant. And I heard from Chloe, and I heard from some of those folks. But I also heard from the daughter of Nicole Gonzalez, who said some very slanderous, very upsetting things. And I'm not mad at her, but she said, I heard from my mom all about you, and said all these things. And you know what's funny about that is that I've only really met Nicole Gonzalez, who ran for city council in the last election, maybe once or twice, probably once that I can actually think that I've actually spoke with her. And ironically, that one time, my one interaction was with Philip and Isabel Ebner when they were trying to work with PSQ and the developer for Pioneer Square to move that project forward. And it's fascinating to me that Isabel has been very active in trying to get that project moved forward and has campaigned vigorously on that. And it begs questions. I'm starting to ask myself, I don't want to believe, and I don't believe, that you put your son up to try and jump me or intimidate me at the back door, but I don't know, because I don't know. You and I don't talk that often, John. But what I do know is that there's a lot of circumstances here that are making me scratch my head. And then when Nicole Gonzalez actually advocates for a project when she's running for city council, then it makes me wonder if she's working too closely with that developer. And so it doesn't look good. It doesn't sound good. So when that lady asked me, what am I afraid of? I'm going to answer her. I'm afraid of the fact that I'm sitting here in the community that I grew up in. I grew up in this city. I've never seen this. I've seen people get together and work through their differences. Every single member of this city council is accessible. We're accessible. I answer calls. I take texts. We deal with whatever we need to deal with. And when I sat and I brought this young lady in that was talking about the fact that she grew up in another state and had some very bad experiences. And then we come in here and she says that, well, I've never had my voice heard before. Well, you know, I wish Isabel, because she knows how to do it, would have told her how to come and speak with us. But she didn't.
She has.
Well, bottom line is, there was a protest out here and all of those people felt that they had to sit out there and do that to be heard. And they've been heard. As a matter of fact,
I spoke with Chloe and two of her friends on the phone the other night because Isabel arranged that. And that was a great conversation from 3 persons of color, not all the same color. And so as far as Isabel promoting involvement, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But I don't want to interrupt you, Ryan. I do want to make some comments before you get to your resolution just on what you said.
Yeah, that's fine. So bullying, slandering, name-calling, template emails, complaints of unsolicited recruitment to their cause, this ambush lay-in-wait thing. I'm wondering where San Dimas, we all were about civility and humanity and respect and working through things together. And yet, I'm sitting here watching all of this, and I scratch my head going, so here's how I got to my resolution for this, so everyone's clear, is that I read where the subcommittee failed, couldn't come to an agreement because they were uncompromising, and so I read it, and I said, all right, where can I look at least as far as they got to be able to do something? And so I spent a lot of time going through this to make sure it represented all voices. And to be clear, there are a lot of voices that believe we should take no action on this. A lot of people. And I've spoke with people of color, I've spoke with my wife, I've spoke with law enforcement officers, I've spoke with seniors, everyone you can imagine. And so, with that being said, I'll say this, that, you know, you sit there and someone said to me, why are you guys doing this? Like, why? Like a black person told me this that lives here in the city. Why are you guys doing this? We don't need a white savior. What's in it for them? Why are they doing this? And through the actions of, I don't know, Isabel or Nicole or Ruth, who ran for the board at Mount Sac Board of Trustees not too long ago, who I also helped. All these people know how to engage this government. And so I'm trying to understand when we say people's voices are marginalized here, I don't think that's a true narrative, because every single one of us, I think, takes calls, sits down. Someone criticized having a cup of coffee, and I'm scratching my head going, yeah, but that's how you're heard. We listen to you. And to that end, I'm going to read my resolution really quickly, and then when that's done, John, say whatever you want, and we'll go from there. A resolution of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, California, calling for unity, dialogue, and action to abolish racism and violence wherever it may exist, to ensure justice, respect, law, and order for all members of the community. Whereas on May 25th, 2020, a person tragically lost their life in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota, while in the custody of officers from the Minneapolis Police Department due to cruel and excessive force. Whereas one officer that appears to be in excess of whereas one officer used force that appears to be in excess of what was objectively reasonable to ensure public safety and exhibited a disturbing indifference to human life, while other officers on scene failed to intervene, act, or respond to the person's pleas for help. And whereas the actions of the officers in this case are not representative and undermines the hard work and dedication of law enforcement professionals nationwide who work tirelessly to keep our communities safe. And whereas this incident sparked demonstrations, protests, civil unrest, looting, and riots nationwide and within Los Angeles County, resulting in a declaration of a state of emergency by the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, the governor of the state of California, the activation of the law enforcement mutual aid system, and the activation of the California National Guard. And whereas violence broke out into the streets, resulting in the injury and murderous deaths of multiple law enforcement and members of the public in California and elsewhere nationwide. And whereas all citizens are entitled to justice, law and order, the protections granted by the Bill of Rights and the Constitution of the United States of America. And whereas the support for our dedicated law enforcement personnel is not mutually exclusive to supporting those in San Dimas and elsewhere who have peacefully advocated for police reform and justice. And whereas racism, hate, prejudice, and violence in whatever form causes great pain to all persons, including those in San Dimas. And whereas the city of San Dimas is a peaceful and diverse community that is concerned for the equal and fair treatment of all persons. And whereas the city of San Dimas will not accept any person be discounted, undervalued, or marginalized. And whereas, last one, we must come together as a community to listen and learn. Come together as a community, listen and learn from each other in order to identify where we where change can be made, and how we can make it. And now, therefore, the city of San Dimas does hereby resolve, Section 1, the City Council condemns all acts of racism, hate, prejudice, and violence, affirming the values of accountability, equality, empathy, compassion, justice, law and order, understanding, and respect. The City Council establishes these values as an example to all members of this community who should continuously strive to embrace these core values to ensure harmony in our community. Section 2, the City Council encourages participation by the community in established bodies such as the Public Oversight Commission, the Los Angeles County Civilian Oversight Commission, and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department community advisory groups to foster constructive, honest, and substantive dialogue between the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the community. And then lastly, the mayor's part. I say all this to say that tonight I realized something, that this organized effort, this group, well, actually, I'm going to say most of the people that participated in this brought things forward that I think have shown that this community has a lot of work to do as it relates to this issue here and this city council. But to that extent, I'm also going to say that I'm going to agree with the mayor that this exercise has proven to be more divisive, that the people that are going to call here in a few minutes, and I'm sure I'm going to get so many prepared comments, when those come, that there is this part where they are alienating others in the community and not listening, ironically. And if we're uncompromising and we're not willing to hear each other, even the five of us here, then we're not in too good shape here. For that reason, I feel that this has achieved, I think, what it set out to do. That the bottom line is a resolution is not going to resolve what's been brought forth here today. And I think that there's meaningful dialogue. My number, my email is available to anyone in this community. I will be withdrawing my resolution, and I too will not be voting in favor of any resolution tonight. Thank you.
Let me ask you a question. Did you say I was afraid when I was out there?
Yeah, Dennis, I was.
No, I wasn't afraid.
No, I said I was.
Oh,
I said you were spared.
I wasn't scared.
No, spared. Spared.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I hope to have a discussion of the resolution in a little while, but let me just make some comments.
John, we'll have the discussion after the public comment.
Absolutely. So I'm not going to be talking about the resolution at all right now. I'm going to just be responding to some of the things that Ryan said. So, number one, and I think we've all done this. If you haven't, then let me know, because I'd be surprised that you haven't told people that you would work for something and that you were going to introduce something.
I'm sorry, I volunteered to work with you, John. Do
And-
you remember that? Do you remember that?
Hold on a second.
Well, do you remember that? Because I did. And if you were going to be uncompromising, let's just call a spade a spade. You had no intention to compromise your resolution,
Okay.
and when I tried to work with you to do that,
How about if you just let me talk for
Sure,
a second?
go ahead.
Okay. And I think I have it here. So I said that I was going to introduce a resolution. That's all. I think a lot of people figured that my resolution is not controversial and that it should pass easily because, well, we'll talk about that later. So that's what I said. I didn't say I was going to pass it because I don't have that power. I said I would try to introduce a resolution and it would generally outline the points I said. It is interesting about the compromising, and we'll get to the family in a minute because that's a little more personal. But it is interesting about the compromising. So there was a group, they called themselves the community group, and yes, my daughter-in-law Isabel is part of that group, and she's very articulate, as you know, but she wasn't the leader of the group. There was a bunch of people in that group. Their resolution, if I have it here, is nothing like what the resolution that they wanted me to carry. And these are members of the community, a lot of the people who are going to call tonight, to show you about compromising. Their resolution called for all sorts of things that aren't in my resolution. Okay? So they're not, so talk about compromising. So I shouldn't say there's nothing in it, but because there is a lot, but there are a lot of things that aren't. So I totally, when I worked with Eric, we didn't insist on a lot of that. The language we have, I've got an additional whereas if you want to know about compromising. I tell you what, I'll bring that up later. But so all I can tell you is that I am able to compromise, and I think that you might want to rethink your definition of what compromise means. Now let's talk about some of the other interesting things you said. You talked about the template email. I didn't hear you get outraged when we got 10 template emails about the swimming pool. And
It was interesting getting those template emails.
yeah, people do form things all the time. However, if you read, I think when I left work today, we were up to 65 or so. I think we're at 75 now or something like that. But I read every single one of them. And if you read them, you would have noticed
Yeah,
that
they
there-
changed the first paragraph and the third or fourth paragraph. I did read every single one too, John.
And I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt me right now.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So people wrote paragraphs that were unique to their experience or their feelings. So it's a form, it is a form template. There's nothing wrong with that. But they weren't just signing their names. They were adding things to it. So they were giving, if you were reading it, they were telling their viewpoint and their story. And I think those stories were important. Now let's get to the family. And I think you're just misinformed.
My experience was misinformed.
Let me tell you about your experience. I'll tell the public about it. We'll get to that in a second. So I remember a long time ago when Philip was about 16 or so, and we were discussing the liquor store downtown. Dennis was on the council then. Emmett, of course, was in town, but wasn't on the council. I think you were on the planning commission at the time. And I was against the liquor store downtown, okay? Because I didn't think we needed a liquor store downtown. Well, Philip came. I didn't know he was coming. And he made a speech in front of the city council there. He had some items from Albertsons, says, I can get these from Albertsons. Why do we need a liquor store to sell them? And Kurt accused him of me putting him up to it, okay? The other day, on some other issue, my son Anthony came here. She might have remembered him sitting there with Isabel. I did not know he was coming. He made his own comments. The problem is that I'm blessed with a family that likes to get involved, and they are free thinkers about stuff.
There's no problem with that.
So Philip's a free thinker, Anthony, Christine, Beth, her soon-to-be husband Brian, and who am I missing? Oh, Isabel. They're all free thinkers. They have things to say. They care deeply about the community, and so they get involved.
Do you condone
Part
what
of-
happened to me back there at getting out of my
I'm
car?
getting to that. Okay, so Ryan was accosted. He didn't tell the whole story. It was actually, he was outnumbered because not only was Philip there, he had two accomplices.
Yeah, the twins.
He
were
had
tow.
in the carrier Felix and Julian, 1.5 years old, you know, scary, I guess.
You're making my point on
Ryan,
the humanity.
let me talk.
Okay, John.
That's ridiculous that you would talk about Philip like that. Think that you were scared of Philip and the twins when you see a dad on his bike with his two little kids, and all of a sudden you're shaking in your boots, you know, I'm sorry.
Well, John, you weren't there, so I don't know how you got this information, though, because there was no way for you to get this information because you were in training, and I left to deal with this because I had to do it. So I don't know how you psychically got this information, but I will say this. You're showing, being the council member who's demonstrated the utmost passion about this. Like, you're talking to people that sit here who work with others to be able to get to places. You don't understand what it's like, one, to be to go into a building, or
Ryan,
to have to live in a world.
You are right about one thing about the city council not being the way it used to be.
Right.
Because we usually don't interrupt each other.
Well, John, let me tell you, I usually don't have family members of sitting council members jump out from behind a wall, a blind corner, and I'm happy to take you out there to actually let you see it. And I'm also happy to let you know that safety and officer safety, if you even understood what that is, or maybe you took the time to do a ride-along with our sheriff's department and showed an interest in some of the law enforcement reforms that you're trying to push, that you then would have a different appreciation and understanding. And I don't think that you understand the mental health issues that go into everything with law enforcement, with the people that we're working here to represent all in this community. So your arrogance and your straight disrespect and marginalization of other voices, I'm ashamed of. And you know what? Phil knows what happened. I know what happened. His camera knows what happened. As he rode up, yes, with the twins, he rode up and he stopped and he waited behind the wall. And I'm happy to show you where it is so you can see how it was a blind corner, and waited for me to punch the code in to say, hey, you're not going to go out there and confront all those people. And I noticed how you casually rolled up to the protest late and were ingratiated, and that was really good. I'm glad that that happened. I'm just pointing out that this whole dialogue right here that we just had just illustrates the fact that the bottom line is there's a lot of learning that needs to be done here and among this council. And honestly, I don't appreciate, I was scared. And I'm sorry you don't understand that, and you don't understand what it is to have death threats. You don't understand what it is to go in and deal with acts of violence and have to worry about that, or to work with negotiations of people who are mentally unstable, or to work with gangsters. I'm sorry, John, you don't understand that and don't know what it would be like to have to worry about the fact that you're an elected official, your address is public, and there are people that actually would go out and choose to select you as a target for what you represent, much like has been done in some of these emails. So yes, John, I am sorry you don't understand, and I'm sorry it happened. I'm very disappointed it happened. But anyways, I am going to withdraw my resolution. I will follow suit with the mayor. I invite any member. I'm very sad to learn that Chloe felt that she was told and guided that in order for her voice to have to be heard, that all of this had to happen. Any person in this community, I don't care what color, what language, I don't care about any of it. I'm married to a person of color. I have friends that are black. I have friends that are white. I have friends that are Asian. I have friends all over the place. And you know, I'm just going to say on a personal note of privilege, I feel for black people right now. I'm really sorry. And I'm really sorry for also the law enforcement black people right now. My friends that are sitting there being called things that are heinous. Heinous. So I read this whole article about the white savior and trying to really understand, and I can't even profess to know what it's like to be black. I can't. And, you want to be a white ally or a black ally, and you want to try to do the right things and work with everybody. But all that really happened here with this exercise that John introduced is it just really tore community apart, I think, and created a greater divide that didn't need to be there. And albeit well-intended, I think, uncompromising, I think the result is very sad for San Dimas. And
I'll
I think we
have
have
more
a
to
lot
say
to work
about
to
the
do.
resolution and why it's nothing for you to worry about later on. But all I'll say is that what seems to be happening is that the people who don't usually speak up and don't call you personally are saying something now, and you just can't handle it.
Mr. Mayor?
Your
I think it's
resolution
time we
excluded
hear from the
everyone. Maybe
audience.
you can't.
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay.
You're gonna talk later.
We're going to talk later.
Right.
All right. Let's open it up to audience participation. Okay? How many calls do we have? 6, okay?
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hello. Hi, city members. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to my voice. First of all, Councilman Ebner, in looking at your resolution, you used the word killed. And I know in Councilman Weber, when he was speaking, that is a pretty high standard of a word used in a resolution that becomes a legal document. Granted, we think we all know what we saw in the little bit of video that's been shown on the meeting, but I don't think anybody in this room has seen all the videotape of all the body cameras, of all the monitors and the security cameras. These officers, and believe me, what we saw is unconscionable, or it's hard to understand how that could be justifiable. But they haven't had a preliminary, and they haven't had a trial. So to use the word killed is actionable just on due process. I don't understand possibly use the word. And then the other, Councilman Ebner, you left off something you said. You said other instances of abuse. And I'm sorry, maybe you're talking anecdotal or, you know, assertions on, there's no factual documented stuff that what you're talking about exists. And then the other thing is I'm listening to both Ebner and Weber's resolution, and you know, it's about hate and racism and equal justice and all that stuff. And it kind of goes back to what we learned in civics back in probably junior high, is that we hold all of those truths to be self-evident. You've got to think about it. There's really no need for us to use that in a resolution because those principles are, those truths are self-evident. I find both Ebner's and Weber's resolutions go overreach what you're trying to accomplish here. So I thank you for your time very much.
Thank you. Next. I'll remind everybody we're going to stay 2 minutes. Thank you. John?
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hello, City Council. My name is Ruth Luban, and I'm a resident, an educator, and a parent within the city of San Dimas. I do rise in support of the Ebner resolution since it contains several crucial elements needed to heal our community. What you have stated, Councilman Viena, is absolutely necessary. To adopt a resolution that does not denounce the murder of George Floyd is to deny the horrific act committed upon him and our African American community. George Floyd was not the first. His death simply marked the tripping point for police brutality, overt acts of racism, and other lacks of accountability because of these actions. The members of our community are outraged, as witnessed by the number of demonstrators that attended today's rally. We ask you, council members, to hear our call of your constituents. We ask you to honor our multitude of requests, create and subsequently stand behind the Ebner resolution, since we have spoken in favor of this belief statement that does not mix the death of George Floyd with the Blue Lives Matter movement. We stood in the sun for 1.5 to 2 hours to be recognized by you and to have you see us. I ask you, council members, when in the history of San Dimas has the community ridden to such an extent to support a resolution? When has the community spoken so passionately and emotionally, both through emails, 65 of the 78 for the Ebner resolution, along with calls about a specific action that addresses structural change? I implore you, be on the right side of history here and support the Ebner resolution. Stand for change, stand against racism, stand in unity, and stand for our black and brown community of San Dimas. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. You're live. You're live.
John?
Yeah. Just 1 second.
Evidently, we're having some technical difficulty. John Lee has stepped out for a moment. Brad, can you put it on?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to say I find it difficult to understand why the City Council needs to develop a resolution to appease the loudest view of our community. Of course, everyone, including the members of the City Council, disapprove of the law enforcement's actions that took place in Minneapolis and elsewhere throughout our country. I hope you are equally appalled by the actions of the citizens that resulted in the death of several law enforcement officers and destruction of our communities across the nation. We all believe in equality, justice, and the absence of racism. I hope you take a moment to understand that by creating this document, you will minimize every person that has died as a result of violence, both by the hands of law enforcement and at the hands of citizens. You will memorialize a career violent criminal as a folk hero. Stop feeding into the politics. You failed to create a resolution over the past several decades at the perceived systematic racism and deaths at the hands of law enforcement, even with statistics that have supported a completely different result. Stay focused on the issues that are important to the entire San Dimas community, not the loudest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hello, my name is Christopher Torres, and I have lived in San Dimas for all my life of 19 years. I would first like to say that I love my city, and that the city events have given me the best memories of my childhood, such as Little League and the annual trick-or-treat at downtown San Dimas. That's why it personally saddens me deeply that I have to call today. But I cannot, in good conscience, be proud and love my city and community without the city addressing the atrocities that happened to George Floyd and standing up to basic human rights that all people deserve, regardless of race. That's why I am supporting Councilman Ebner's resolution, and I am pleading with all of you to do the same. It also saddens me that people are saying that this is a polarizing issue. The fundamental right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness should apply to all people, regardless of race. That should not be polarizing, nor should stating a name of a victim be polarizing. I am once again supporting John Ebner's resolution and asking all of you to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, my name's Sarah. I called earlier. I just wanted to, I honestly was pleasantly surprised that this resolution was going. I think there's a misconception about the people that are speaking up. I'm not speaking up because I have an agenda. I'm speaking up because it's a human rights issue. I think that if this was just an issue for, I don't understand why, as a local community, we're not talking about what's happening globally. This is not something to San Dimas alone. It's a global issue. Racism is evident. The fact that so many people feel threatened right now because, people don't feel like everyone's being heard. Mr. Viana feels like he was threatened by a father and, who was pushing his children. I feel threatened walking my two black children and having people stare at me when I'm walking my children going back and forth to school. My husband does not look, unfortunately, like somebody that maybe you think would be a safe person. And I appreciate Mr. Viana's decision to talk to, his black friends, but I'm a black person. I live here, and I definitely, the ironic thing is I agree. I think that you do not have a pulse on what's happening in this nation. And I don't understand why not saying anything is what you guys are supporting. And that's the issue right now, is you're not saying George Floyd's name because, people, first thing you're going to do is talk about this man and how horrible a person he is. Well, what about Breonna Taylor? She was a slave. She didn't do anything besides sleep. You know, and there's this whole misconception about liberal issues and right-wing issues. It's just an issue about human race, about somebody passing away. It's not the same person. You know, at this point, especially Mr. Vienna, you have a psychological company as well that you have a side business. This is a racial trauma that's happening to people. You know, I'm still upset about Trayvon Martin. I'm still teaching my students about the injustices of colonialism. We're talking about this, and my kids are sitting here going, what do we do?
Sorry, ma'am, your time is up.
Issue?
Your time is
So
up.
I understand, I appreciate it. I understand
Thank you.
That there's some things that need to be changed, but maybe, you know, the 3 seconds of fear that you have is understanding of the fear that I have as a mother. When is my 2-year-old son no longer going to be cute?
Hello, ma'am?
You know, I live in a community
ma'am,
now
your time
where
is
I
up.
come from a lot of abuses from other locations, and I understand I was part of the community, I've been part of the community, but the fact that I have to find a seat at this table to have a conversation to represent myself
Hello?
as a community member, and I'm not
Hello?
a community member,
Your time is up.
that's the part that really upsets me. And so, you know, thank you guys so much, but, you know, as a matter of fact, you guys represent what's going on right now about systematic racism.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Thank you. Dear Mayor Vedar and members of the City Council, my name is Angela Torres, and I have been a resident of San Dimas for 21 years. I'm calling to support Councilmember Ebner's resolution. I support this resolution because I want to know the city I live in stands up for basic human rights for all citizens. In the words of Bobby Kennedy from the speech he gave the night Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, which is the year I was born, he said, "What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love, wisdom, and compassion toward one another. A feeling of justice to those who still suffer within our country, whether they be black or white. The vast majority of white people and the vast majority of black people in this country want to live together, want to improve the quality of their life, and want justice for all human beings that abide in our land." I couldn't have said it better, and that's why I felt compelled to say something. I also view public safety as an important community issue. In fact, 2 years ago, I applied to the city's Public Safety Commission because I felt it was that important. My family is dedicated public servants as well. My husband has been a retired LA County Fire Department firefighter for 30 years who gave his life to do this, so we're not taking a side of anyone. I'm really disappointed to see how it devolved, the city council, and I hope you're able to come to one resolution and not, for lack of better words, cop out and say you're not voting on any resolution. So I still hope there's some hope to vote on language, but I'm calling to support Councilman Ebner's resolution. Thank you for your consideration and attention to this matter.
Thank you. John?
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Actually, somebody else is talking.
Go ahead, ma'am. You're live.
No, actually, somebody else is talking right now.
That's a 30-second or minute delay on your TV, so you should probably turn that down and then just
Sorry.
say what you want to say.
Thank you. Hi, this is Dorothy Arrington. I'm calling because I have children who attended the San Dimas School District. I just want to say that it's been a rich discussion and I can appreciate it. One of the things that I wanted to talk about was, Vienna, I appreciate you withdrawing your resolution, but more importantly, you say that we aren't listening to the whole community and what they're saying, and so the resolutions didn't include that. The hiccup in that statement is that if 85% of the community is white and 5% is black, then who do you listen to? Does the black voices not matter? And another caller said not to listen to the loud voices. Well, the 5% have to be the loud voices, and so we have to look at all of that because those are the ones who have the issues of discrimination. It's not the large majority.
So a lot of people think we should not take action, and these are your words, of a resolution, which is exactly what your resolution did. It took no action. It came from a standpoint of Blue Lives Matter. And to be honest with you, there are no blue people walking around. There are black people. Blue is a profession. You can change your profession. We cannot change the color of our skin. Black citizens just want to matter. We want to matter in schools. We want to matter in cities. We want to matter in the justice system, right? Because we're not the only ones, the black people aren't the only ones breaking laws. However, even in the justice system, it's not fair. So his life was not lost, as another caller said. His life was taken. George Floyd's life was taken. It wasn't lost to be found again. It was taken, and everybody saw that. So the resolution is making, Mr. Deanna, your resolution was making it about the one incident, and the issue is systemic. And that's what we need everybody to realize, that it's not just this one experience, this only time. It happens all the time. So that fear that you felt is the same fear that black people have, right, when they see police.
Thank
Minding
you, ma'am.
their own business,
Thank-
and a white
ma'am.
constituent comes over and doesn't
Ma'am,
want
your
to be
time
there,
is
call
up.
the police, as we saw, and say that a black man is harassing you. Those are the things.
Ma'am,
that
your
need
time
to be
is up.
addressed. And I am
Time is up.
talking from a
Thank
parent
you.
because my children are experiencing it. Last thing, and I know my time is up, but Rosa Parks was not the first black person to
Not when they're
refuse a
talking.
seat, but she was the staple.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for calling your live.
Hi, this is Nicole Johnson. I'm calling. I'm a resident of San Dimas. And I just wanted to state that I support Mr. Edner's resolution. And I wanted to just clear up a couple of things that I heard from Councilman Vienna. And, you know, I listened to your impassioned plea. And I do appreciate you for removing your resolution. Thank you for doing that. This is not an easy time to have to navigate this issue, but as a community member and as a person who was at the demonstration, it was not a protest. We wanted to make our voices heard so that there was no question where we stood, and that's a part of what our First Amendment rights are in these United States, is to stand up and to peacefully make our voices heard. So if you feel uncomfortable with that because you quote unquote thought, oh, am I safe because I see all of these different people who have different mindsets than me, I feel sorry for you, sir, that was your initial instinct, was to see all of our faces and think to yourself, am I safe? So you had that feeling for maybe 5 minutes. Think about the citizens in this community that have to live with that feeling because of the color of their skin. And you have the audacity to call this process disgusting. You have the audacity to talk about people being threatening to you. That I find that to speak volumes about your mentality. And I hope you mentioned your wife of color and your black friend. You need to learn, and you need to have some tough conversations and figure out why your white male fragility is on display this evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
We are citizens of this community, and we have a right to come to city council or city hall and stand there. That's our right. And the fact that
thank you.
characterized it so negatively, when we were there in peace and love and harmony, there were children there.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Bader and City Council. It's Chloe Jones. First, I would like to say that I support Councilmember Ebner's resolution, as I feel that that is one that better represents how I feel as a member of this community. Next, I would like to ask the City Council, can we also not only think about the mental health of the people who are protecting us, but also the mental health of the Black and students of color and kids and people who are growing up, because it is shown, it's scientifically shown that people of color have high mental health issues, generally in the areas of depression and anxiety. And so that is something that we have grown up with, thanks to the oppression that we have grown up with. And next, I would say, Councilmember Dimas, I do not want to twist your words around at all, not at all. But these were not the first times that my voice was gone unheard and kind of my issues were swept under the rug, the same as my friends. But I would also like to point out that I was at the June 5th protest because it was my birthday, and I spoke there because I am exactly 10 years younger than Breonna Taylor, and I felt that that was my personal calling to do so. And from speaking at that protest, I had people reaching out to me, specifically Isabel Ebner and Councilmember Ebner, so that they can try and help me to get my voice heard in this community where we generally feel ignored as such. And so this is my way, this is my way of being heard. And yes, talking at protests is also my way of being heard. It is also my way of giving a voice to the voiceless, who have also been as unheard as I have. That is all, and I would like to thank you for your time, and I would also like to thank Councilmember Vienna for withdrawing his resolution.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm on the side of Vienna. Let me tell you my reasons why. I've been in this town for 61 years. And I don't like that they're leaving out Rodney King. And, Floyd is one incident. But to tell you the truth, this town has never experienced true racism. One city that's full of racism is Fontana. I was exposed to the Ku Klux Klan. Okay, so this is my reason for addressing the whole community right now. This is not a racist town, and we do need a resolution, some type of resolution, and I'm on the side of Vienna because Abner's not mentioning all the other names. And that's my case in point. Goodbye and good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Next. Any more, John?
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi.
Hello?
Actually calling during the technical difficulty.
Go ahead. You're live.
Yes, hello?
Hello?
Hi, okay. So I am calling obviously in regards to this resolution, and I'm calling actually in favor of I'm actually calling in disfavor of Vienna's. I'm actually a little bit shooken up after his rant earlier during the meeting here, and I'm actually feeling very disappointed because I felt that Ryan Vienna has been very transparent about most of the things with the community, and in this case, he has essentially villainized a very peaceful gathering. It wasn't even a protest. It was a gathering of people. All of us brought our kids. I have my toddlers with me, and I'm sorry, I cannot see the name of the council member that's on the far right, but he actually showed up first and walked through and was all smiles. We all greeted him.
And I mean, I believe that when Councilmember Vanna came out, everybody was very calm. There was absolutely no yelling or shouting or any threat to him at all. So I'm very disappointed because, you know, I waved at Isabel, who was bottle feeding her baby in a stroller almost the whole time. And you're villainizing us for making our voice known. I'm white. My husband is not. My brother-in-law is not. I can say I have experienced white privilege because I have not experienced what they have. And I will not be able to experience what my children will experience. Listening to this meeting, I'm very disappointed and I'm very scared for what my children are going to feel in this community. There's been KKK, the Confederate flag in my neighborhood right here in downtown, okay, area. So think about that. You say it's not here, and that's what this Carmel town. You have KKK members here. You have hateful people showing their Confederate flag of racism. Okay, so you think about that. You haven't experienced it, but others have. Okay, so you know, humanize this movement, and it's not about the police. And I'm not saying police should be attacked at all.
All right, ma'am.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up.
A lot.
Huh?
A lot of calls. Thank you for calling your
Okay,
line.
right after this call.
Hi, my name is Steve Giles. I have been a resident of San Dimas for 20 years. I've been a teacher at Lone Hill Middle School for 24 years. And I have never called a city council meeting before in my entire life. I've never been pulled over by a police officer and feared for my life. But I've talked with many friends, and I've met many people over the last few weeks who have. And I know, and I have friends that are police officers, and I recognize that there is, when you go out, there are definitely situations where your life could be in danger, absolutely. But at this point in our history, it is painful to see that our council can't come around a resolution that says something to the effect of what happened to George Floyd was bad. And we don't want to follow that path. And we want to allow the community to have some input, because that's what this is about. That's what these meetings are about, that we get this input. And you're hearing the community right now. And Mr. Vienna, I respect what you do as a police officer. And in fact, I believe several members of the council are law enforcement. And I don't know anyone personally. I think I've met one or two of you once or twice. And I plead with you to consider the resolution and take it seriously, because this is not to discount police officers. It's not to discount white lives, but it is to recognize that our black brothers and sisters are suffering right now. It's humanity. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. John, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. So could you tell whoever's on the phone? Okay, 5 minutes. We'll call the meeting back to order. Just two housekeeping issues. Section 5D, housing law and legislation bill updates. We're going to push that off until 2 weeks from now. And Mike, please. It's on. Okay, we'll repeat that again. Number 5D, housing law and legislation bill updates. We're going to push that off for 2 weeks. And we're going to take in a closed session, we had a conference with real property negotiators, 299 East Foothill, portions of Horse Thief Canyon. We're going to push that off. That's in closed session. All right? Do we have any calls? Okay.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Great. Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Eric, and I'm a lifelong resident of San Dimas. I want to congratulate Sheriff Berg and the impending birth of his granddaughter, and I want to thank both him and Officer Ash for their input and their professionalism in meeting with us to discuss this resolution and to share their views. Tonight I'm calling to make 3 points. The first is I'm calling in to ask that the City Council support Councilman Ebner's resolution. Unlike what was insinuated, his resolution is in fact a compromise. In solicited community feedback, his is the only one that has the city's Black resident support. None of the others do. The email numbers are overwhelming, 65 to 3. Over 80 people showed up in less than 24 hours notice to support this at City Hall. And I guess my question is, what will move you? 70 emails in favor, 90 people at City Hall. Yeah, this was organized because people care about this issue, and this is what democracy in San Dimas is about. People do not do this if they do not believe it, and that is why they turned out. It's very clear where the residents of San Dimas stand, and this is unambiguous. I don't know what other members of the community, some of the council members have referenced, but if they didn't email or call in or demonstrate, maybe this issue is not as important to them as it is us. Councilman Ebner's resolution strikes a balanced compromise. The community asked for a lot, as Council Ebner can attest, and we didn't get many of the items that we requested. But of the ones we did, these are critical. Mention George Floyd by name. This is important to the community for many reasons, which many other callers have called in and will continue to explain. But for your information, of the dozen other resolutions I read passed by other cities across the country, no other city council resolutions on this topic omit George Floyd's name, including towns and cities that the council looked at. Goleta, Palo Alto, and Duarte, and many others that they did not. Omaha, Spokane, and the list goes on. The second point I want to express is my disappointment that the agreed-to process was not followed. Let me be clear, this is not meant to knock any members. I believe each of you is trying to do the right thing, but I want to offer some constructive and healthy feedback. I don't know why we have 3 versions of a resolution. I thought everyone was in agreement that it should come from Councilman Ebner and Weber, and we should be looking at 2 max. In fact, just to be sure, I rewatched the last council meeting and want to quote back word for word what Councilman Ryan Viena said. I entrust the subcommittee to work through the resolution because otherwise at the next council meeting, there will be versions of resolutions and it will completely defeat the entire exercise. And I fear that if you have 1, 2, 3 resolutions up there, I don't think anything good comes from that with the community, to be frank. He did not say there was no caveat, if I don't like what I see, I'll introduce my own. He did not say, if you can't get to 1 resolution, I'll introduce my own. What this does is it undermines the integrity of processes you have in place.
Hello, sir?
And on top
Sir,
of that...
your 2 minutes is up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, good evening. Well, I was actually holding for talking about the housing, but I've really had quite interesting listening to all the resolution stuff. First of all, I do feel terrible for what is going on right now, and Black lives do matter, but I also agree that all lives matter. We're all in a shell. And it's every person matters, whether you're treated, there should be no racism at all. And I would hope that the council would look at, I don't know that it's right to really be naming a person because this is not a remembrance of what has happened to this individual, even though it was horrible. It's for all life, for our entire community. and it's something that should evolve. Black, yellow, brown, white, it doesn't matter what color you are. Everyone's important. Discrimination, racism, all of that is horrible. Everyone should be treated equal. Everyone should be heard. No one should be favored. There are good cops out there. There are bad cops. There's good people. There's bad people. So just all of that has to be taken into consideration, and just everyone really needs to think with their heart. There's a lot of good people out there. There's also a lot of bad. There's a lot of criminals. If somebody does something wrong and you get arrested by the police, don't try to get away from them. Don't try to take their gun. Don't try to do something that's going to get you into trouble, because then whatever happens, you are going to get in trouble. And now it's like almost like the police can't do anything to defend our community. It's like they're walking on eggshells. And it's by what these cops did to George Floyd. That's all I have to say. God bless you all. Hang in there. You guys will come to some type of resolution, but just remember all people.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are all races.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Please, next.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, my name is Steve Alba, and I just wanted to express my disappointment in Councilmember Vienna for not including me as being one of the organizers of this movement. I'm disappointed that Isabel got so much attention. My name is Steve Alba, and I'm one of the organizers as well. It's a little disappointing, more than a little disappointing, it's sad to me that community members who rallied today are being villainized by Mr. Vienna. I was at the rally today with my 4 children, not to be scary, but to show them democracy in action. And I do want to recognize Mr. Weber for attempting to write a resolution. And as the newest member of the council, I really hope that he will show and demonstrate some humility and leadership and listen to those 80% of emails who were in favor of Mr. Ebner's resolution. And I have a suggestion that maybe he could withdraw his resolution and maybe propose a separate resolution with Mr. Vienna in which they can honor those officers in a way that they see fit. And maybe this isn't the right place for that, so maybe they can do that on a different resolution. But we do need to hear as the community that George Floyd's name mattered and that the people of color in this community do matter to you too. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify for the callers coming in that my intent was not to vilify the people that were standing out near the fountain in their protest. My intent was to point out the conduct of a couple individuals. All in all, everyone that out there was peaceful, as I acknowledged at the very beginning of my comments earlier. And I thank all those people for coming out and exercising their First Amendment rights, which I do respect and I do appreciate. And let's be clear, I did not have to come out there. So I did that because I do respect everybody's voice. I wanted to hear that. And I did stand there and listen, and I appreciate every single person, for the most part, that spoke. And thank you guys for that. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hello. I'd just like to mention one thing. I think it's absolutely disgusting, really disgusting, that Ryan Vienna and Mayor Bedard publicly stated that they won't be voting on this resolution, indicating that they had already made up their minds on this issue before even hearing any public comments. This is absolutely undemocratic, and it really gives to show just how much they care about us, the people, i.e., not even one little bit. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, but I just want to make sure that everyone knows and understands, I said I was not going to vote on either one of the 3 resolutions because I was expecting more out of them. If something else happens, and there happens to be more, then I will reevaluate that. But The subcommittee was put together to come up with one single resolution, and most people knew what I was looking for. So that's the bottom line to it is, you know, as I was asked by many people, you know, is there a way forward? And there might be a way forward, but at this point, there's too many variables.
Yeah, and I too will clarify that I said I would be not voting for any of the proposed resolutions at this point. That being said, largely because some members of the council are pretty uncompromising. So if there's a new resolution or something of a compromise that is reflective of all of the members in the community and the voices that have been heard by all the council members regarding this matter, I too would be open to that.
Next. John?
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Okay. Good evening, gentlemen, and Mayor and City Council members. My name is Yolanda Davis Corey. I've lived in the city of San Dimas for 18 years, and I've never called into a city council meeting before, and I've never actually even participated in demonstrations, but I was so compelled to do so because of the George Floyd murder, in my opinion. I am just tired. That's why I'm calling. I'm tired of the continuous witnessing of police brutality, and I know there are good cops because I have some friends that are, but I'm tired of experiencing just the continued police brutality, the racial profiling that my family and I have experienced in San Dimas. It is true, unlike that lady who said that there's no racism in this community, there is. My husband has been followed by the sheriffs a few blocks while we're walking our dog to check him out. The only reason that the sheriff left was because their car is honking behind that sheriff to move on. So we have experienced that. I'm not saying that all the sheriffs are like that. I know it's just one or two, but it does exist. So let's not fool ourselves and say that it doesn't exist in the city of San Dimas. I'm calling because, and it also infuriates me when people tell me all lives matter. All lives matter when Black lives matter. Let's be real about this, okay? I want to support Ebner's resolution because it is the best compromise. And I believe that it will, we have to say George Floyd's name. It's one of many men and women, Black and brown, that are not alive today. So I'm just tired. I'm calling in because of my daughters. I want them to have a better world than I've experienced in my life. My daughter actually took your daughter, Mr. Ebner, to carpool to St. Lucy's Prairie High School. For last year, she was class of 2006. So we have been in this community. Just do the right thing and approve Mr. Ebner's resolution. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi there, this is Phil Ebner, a lifelong resident of San Dimas, and first I will apologize to Ryan for scaring him. It was not my intention. My twin boys were getting antsy at the rally, so I was riding around the block with them, and as I was riding, I saw Mr. Vienna park in the back, so we quickly rode over there to make sure he was going to go out and see the community members. But again, I apologize for startling you. But enough about me. This isn't about me. This is about the people suffering in our community. I'm very proud of the people speaking out tonight and over the past few weeks, especially those of you who are suffering. I hope the council has heard a perspective that you may typically not hear from and take their words to heart. I obviously support Mr. Ebner's resolution But whatever happens tonight, I want the people in the city to know that there are many people in San Dimas who hear you, who support you. We typically aren't this loud, but we will continue to be. We will continue to do the work to make San Dimas better for everyone until everyone is heard, supported, and loved. So while you may not feel heard or supported by the city leaders right now or tonight, know there are many of us in the community who are here for you. And if I have another second, I'll just say that I am so proud of my wife, Isabel, who on top of having a newborn girl and taking care of the other 3 boys in the house, has helped inspire so many people in San Dimas to get more engaged in our community and make it better for everyone. I love you, Isabel, and I'm proud of you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for calling your line.
Thank you. My name is Norman Coulter. I'm an English teacher over at San Dimas High School, 44-year-old African-American male, and I want to start off by thanking you gentlemen for working so hard. One of the things that I say often to communities that I'm in right now, because it's an unprecedented time, I think, in America, is that I just appreciate discourse. And I want you guys to really understand that as a black man, I do appreciate you being willing to ascribe dignity to the conversation. I realize you take fire when you're leaders. And I do only teach in San Dimas. I don't live in the community. But I can honestly say that as a South Central native who grew up during the early 90s when policing was under scrutiny and when a lot of things that were happening that were unethical, I've seen an evolution in a lot of policing. I have a lot of friends and former students of mine who actually served their various agencies. And I know that when you get ad hominem attack and character assault, it is difficult to remain objective. But I wanted to communicate tonight, that as it's late and you guys are continuing to field calls from frustrated community members, that I realize that you stand between a couple of different sides. And I want to say, as a black man in this country, that all lives do matter. I agree with that. However, unfortunately, we have a history in America where that hasn't always been the case. We have a very clear historical tapestry, and I think it's within everybody's best interest to work toward a solution. If that means that a resolution isn't decided upon tonight, or if it's not decided upon even this week, that I'm really excited about the opportunity that we would call this in theology a Kairos moment. An unprecedented, significant time where something has triggered our attention to this detail. And where George Floyd is concerned, my personal opinion about this is simply that the name matters because for so long we've needed these markers. We've needed kind of lines of demarcation that don't divide us, but actually galvanize us, that help us to understand that we actually are on the same team. And so I sure hope that can be heard in the midst of all of the noise and all of the things that are kind of divisive. That it's not so much to me about politics. It's really a humane issue. And I value police. I value what they do. As a black man, I value the lives of black men and the realities that we face, because I know the hurdles I've had to get to just to be represented in the field of education and in the academy and even in pursuing doctoral study. I mean, there are
Mr.
real
Coulter?
barriers.
Mr. Coulter, your time is up. Thank you, sir. Next.
Thank you for calling your line.
Good evening, Mayor Bader and City Council members. This is Crystal Jones-Bacon, and I'm calling out, obviously, in support of the resolution which was proposed by Councilmember Ebner. I am at a loss of words. As I've gone through the last 2 weeks and speaking with those of you who are willing to meet and able to meet with us, including Lieutenant Ash and Captain Berg, we appreciate you guys reaching out and allowing us to meet with you, as well as Mr. Bader and Councilmember Ebner. Mayor Bader, in regards to the discussion that we have, I just want to say that I'm deeply disappointed in your option to abstain from your vote in the matter. I would like to think of, the 2 things that you spoke of during our meeting that were very meaningful to me, and you stated that when you were a police officer
in a large Black community, that you spent so much time at the tables and at the barbecues and in the churches with the Black community who welcomed you and brought you into their arms to break bread with you. And I want to ask you, how do you think it feels to be an African American and a Black woman in this city and not have that same feeling? Secondly, I wanted to discuss the fact that during our conversation, you stated that in your, I believe it was 33 years, don't quote me on the number, of living within San Dimas, that you had never heard any of these concerns. And to that is a shame. As a mayor of this city, it is your responsibility to be out there, to be recognizing your citizens, to be meeting with them. All of you city council members, it is your responsibility to go out into your town and to know the people and to know what they're dealing with and to know what is happening. It is your responsibility to propose resolutions to solve the issues. It should not be the responsibility of a marginalized community in your city to beg and to plead and to have protests and have all of these things happen just to have two of the city council members opt to not vote. It's actually absolutely disheartening. And Councilmember Vienna, I would just like to say that as somebody who utilized my child's name many times today, you stated that you were going to personally request that there were investigations into all of these allegations regarding racism and issues within the school. You told her that today. She called you 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. You've had 2 weeks of time to propose something like that.
All right,
You've
ma'am,
had 2 weeks
ma'am,
of
your
time to reach out.
ma'am, your
And
time is
honestly,
up. Thank you.
Thank you for calling your live.
Hi, my name is Mercedes. I am a resident of San Dimas. I noticed there, I know there is some saying all lives matter. That is true, all lives do matter. But in this instance, in this current time, that's not exactly what we're seeing, what we're dealing with, what we're getting out of society, which is something that we need to focus on. I believe Edna's resolution is great. I think that it centers on what we need. But it is going to be Black Lives Matter for now, because it doesn't have to be part of the movement. It has to be part of the saying. It's not saying that only they matter. What it is that's what the problem is. That's something we need to focus on, and I believe the resolution with Edna it resonates with that. I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done all over the country, but we can always start at the city level, and I think that would be a great thing to do. I am a person of color. I haven't had any issues myself. I think that's awesome. I think that's wonderful that there are some of us that are able to comfortably walk around. But I do have friends and family members who have been in this community and have not had that opportunity. And that's not fair. And that's one of the issues that we need to address in the city. And I believe with the backing of something like that resolution, I think it would make things more comfortable for a lot of people. This is something that needs to be seen and heard and not ignored, which is what we're dealing with. This is something that needs to be put together. This needs to be worked on. I think tonight there's been a lot of us that are trying to get that through, and I think we're doing a great job.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
It needs to be heard.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling your live. Go ahead, you're live. Thank you for calling your live.
Hi, good evening, council members. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to call in. I know it's really late. My name is Michelle Pasos, and my husband bought our first house on 5th Street in 2013 and opened our small business in 2016 here in San Dimas. I'm not part of any interest group, nor do I affiliate with a specific party. I'm simply a child of God, a brown woman, a mama of 3 brown children, a college professor, a wellness teacher, a friend and family member to black men, women, and children, and also a sister-in-law to a police officer. This resolution is not about politics. It's about human rights. Injustice is not just a national issue, it's a local issue. I want to remind you that your mission statement says that the city of San Dimas serves as a resource, giving all people a sense of belonging to the city through programs, organizations, and activities. I'm here to tell you that we do not all feel like we belong because of the mere color of our skin. You not being racist is simply not enough. As leaders of our community, you are called to be anti-racist. I ask you, as men of privilege and in seats of power, are you doing this? Are you setting aside personal interest and doing your absolute best to hear the cries of the black and brown communities? How could the city of San Dimas possibly implement programs, organizations, and activities that cause all people to belong if you're not able to agree on a simple resolution that the majority of your callers and emailers are asking for? I urge you to have the humility and the courage to pass the resolution that Councilmember John Ebener has proposed. Thank you for your time. Black lives do matter.
Thank you, ma'am. John?
Thank you for calling your live.
There's someone still speaking on the video.
Go ahead and mute your device, and you can go ahead and make a comment.
I'm sorry, we're still listening to the person that's live on the council meeting.
There's a 30-second delay. Go ahead and mute your device, and you go ahead and with your comment.
Did you hear?
Am I live right now?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
I'm Julie Salazar. I was at the gathering today, and I am horrified, absolutely horrified. For 40 years, I've lived in this town. My husband is law enforcement. I come from a law enforcement family. My husband's a vet. I have 5 children. The woman that called in that said there is no racism in this city, I'm not sure what planet she lives on, but there is racism in this city. There's racism, and it's systemic in our country right now. That's why people are standing outside of San Dimas City Hall. For the first time in 40 years, I'm so happy to see people standing out there with their children saying, we need to be heard, because they deserve to be heard, because we have an issue in this city. When I spoke to Mr. Vienna today, I actually warned the group that there was a back entrance that I was afraid that people like Mr. Vienna would use to circumvent the citizens of this city because he is a coward. And anyone who agrees with him is not in touch with reality. We are in a divisive time right now, but we are also at a crossroads. We have an opportunity here to make our lives and every person's lives in this city better. And instead of doing that, he's got his wife calling in yelling. You have him out there disrespecting people outside of City Hall, villainizing 2-year-old children in a carrier on a bike. You know, my children started experiencing racism in this city at 3 and 4 years old. We had to go to fair housing to get into our house, and my husband was a law enforcement officer protecting these people at night in their beds. My husband is pulled over, and they use the exact same reason they pull over everyone. You fit a profile. We had an incident in the area, and my husband is in law enforcement. All 5 of our children have been profiled and pulled over. Our children are adults now, and it's their choice not to live here because of the situation. It's an issue. That's why you see the people out there standing outside, because for the first
Ms.
time in
Salazar,
all these years,
your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Janine Brummer, and I am a white female who lives in the city of San Dimas. I really wasn't going to call tonight because I had the opportunity of speaking with several of you throughout the course of the weekend, and I wanted to, just echo not only what you guys have heard, but I wanted to say something that I thought was very important for. I know many of you know this, but many of the other people who have called in do not seem to understand it. That we are not going to be able to get a community consensus because there is racism in San Dimas. People are literally etching KKK into the sidewalk on local parks. This happened last week. So to say that racism doesn't affect San Dimas is a lie. To say that racism is not something that we all will encounter in one way or another is false. So I just want to make sure that whatever the council decides, please know that racism does exist. We do need to come up with solutions and ways to fix it. And I want to make sure that you guys know that we stand in solidarity and Black lives do matter.
Thank you, ma'am. John?
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, I'm actually calling in. I'm a resident of 10 years here in Old Town San Dimas. I haven't really been very active in regards to the city stuff. I've kind of watched it, but never really active. This one kind of hit a nerve with us. But I just wanted to say, why is this important? Because I know you're hearing all these stories from people, but why is this important? It's important to establish an anti-racism point of view with our city to kind of let any of these incoming residences, business owners, commuters, these people of color that are buying these multi-million-dollar houses or these million-dollar new residences that are being built that you guys need to be built right now, right, to meet the state mandates. These new residents, the new people of color owners that are, opening up their restaurants and, their little shops here to draw in that new gold line business, but we're going to lose that. Right? If we stick with this idea that we are a white community that doesn't support our people of color, which is kind of the stance that we're kind of seeing at the moment, I think it's really going to hurt how our city goes. Right now we're already looking at the deficit in our budget, and this is going to hurt it even more. So if you don't want to look at it from a political point, look at it from this point, right? So we really need to consider how we are humanizing people of color. It's not just another black man that was killed. His name is George Floyd. That's why his name needs to be used, because when you don't use his name, it just says he's not another person. He's just another statistic. I hear my timer.
Thank you,
so I'll
ma'am.
let you know.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Good evening. This is Isabel Ebener. I'm at a bit of a disadvantage because Councilmember Vienna disrespected me and my family for a very long time, and I only have 2 minutes. Mr. Vienna, you were the first council member that I called about the idea of a resolution. After talking with you, I spoke with my father-in-law, and then I called the mayor. And while I appreciate the great credit you give to me, the idea for a resolution actually came from my friend Eric, who reached out to me because I had been involved with the city in the past. I have made every effort to elevate the voices of my neighbors, encouraging them to participate in council meetings and connect them to talk with the council. I introduced Chloe to Mr. Ebener, Ruth to Mr. Weber, I encouraged Shara to call Mr. Bertone, and Tyler and others to talk with you, Mr. Vienna, and the mayor. If you think I did all this, you are wrong. There are many people who are involved in this effort. Ruth and Steve, Crystal and Chloe, Nicole and Shara, Tyler, Dorothy, Nicole, Fabio, Julie, Janine, I can't list them all. This community has mobilized because we care so deeply about the rights and lives of our black neighbors. And I thought that you would be proud to be a council member in a city where the community cares so deeply about making San Dimas a better place. To everyone involved on this issue, I am proud to know you. You make me proud to live in San Dimas. Mr. Vienna, attacking and naming members of the community is inappropriate and beneath the dignity of your office. It really shows you are not listening, and you have made this entire issue all about you. Regarding my husband, he was riding his bike with our 22-month-old twins and encouraged you to meet with the people, which as a council member, I do believe is your job. At the end of the day, racism affects our community, and we should not be attacking one another, but talking about how to move forward together. Say his name.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for calling your live.
Hi, my name is Juliana. I was just calling to say that I think a resolution is good, but also I think in general we can do a lot more as a community. Given that we are a predominantly white middle-class community, we hold a lot of privilege. We are the type of community, and specifically the white wealthy people in our community, are the type of people that systems are meant to benefit. The people who are saying these issues don't apply to our community literally highlight this privilege. So my question is, what are we going to do with that privilege? For instance, my partner who lives in Pomona and who has been, and myself as well, involved in a lot of what's happening in the city right now. It's been abundantly clear to me that our cities are connected. We should be using our resources to help this community make change. For instance, why do the cities of San Dimas and Claremont and Laverne, all wealthier and brighter cities, not build solidarity with those in Pomona to help bridge the intense disparities we see? What are we doing to break down the invisible barriers that keep our cities segregated, not just racially, but as it pertains to wealth and education and housing? We need to leverage our privilege to address the concerns for both those in our community who are being affected by systemic racism and for those in our surrounding cities. Similarly, right, the city council is all straight, white, middle-class men. What are you doing to leverage your privilege to see a more equitable, representative city council? So, yes, I want to affirm, of course, racism exists in a predominantly white community. The countless callers from today have spoken into that. And I also just wanted to end by saying, of course, yes, passing a resolution is the bare minimum that we could do as a collective city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next. One. Possibility, one more.
Thank you for calling your live.
Yeah, hello. My name is Ryan Russick. I just wanted to call in support Councilman Ebener's resolution. I really don't see why this is even something of a debate. It's a pretty self-explanatory issue, and his resolution is very, I think, well thought and well written. It's not saying anything other than the very basic knowledge that every person in San Dimas should be treated equally. We do have issues here in the city. They're not huge like other cities, but if we let them continue to grow, they will be one day. And all he's trying to say is, let's come together as a community and hear each other and work on making any opportunity we have in this city disappear so we can continue to be the great city that we are. I mean, if you guys don't believe that there's issues, I strongly encourage you to speak to your own employees in the school district, your own school teachers, hear the voices of the other people calling in. I personally, just a few days ago, walked through a park and saw KKK etched in the cement. I put it on a Facebook group for the city. There was some debate back and forth of how long it was there. It really doesn't matter how long it was there. It could have been there a day. It could have been there 10 years. But the point is it was there. And quite frankly, in my opinion, if it was there for 10 years, it's actually worse. That for years and years, people walked past that etched into our concrete and had no care or concern for any other person in the city that may not look like them, because it didn't really concern them. So I hear these people saying it's not issues, and I think it's because it doesn't concern them. So they don't necessarily agree with it, or they don't see it personally in their lives, so it must not be a problem. But there's other people in the city that do have those issues, and their voices do deserve to get heard.
Hello, sir.
I just want to support
thank you. Your
Governor's
time is
resolution.
up.
I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for calling your live.
Well, please allow me to be the first to say good morning to you all. Hopefully that's not too late of a joke for you all. But this is Matt Lyons, and San Dimas is my hometown. In fact, still have family that lives in San Dimas. My mother-in-law is a 45-year resident of San Dimas. And unfortunately, she has experienced racism in and around San Dimas on a regular basis as a dark-skinned Mexican American. I just wanted to remind you all that this is a very local issue, and it's a very neighbor-to-neighbor issue. And I hope on her behalf and on behalf of all of the citizens that experience the racism in and around San Dimas that you do decide to move this discussion forward tonight. And in fact, unfortunately, you didn't receive a perfect resolution from the subcommittee that allows you to immediately vote 5-0 in favor of it. And unfortunately, I don't think that's reality. I think the Vienna resolution was an unnecessary distraction. And I hope that when you do bring it back to the dais, that you withdraw the Weber resolution and you attempt as a full council to make the Ebner resolution more perfect through discussion, dialogue, and compromise. I may think that the Vienna resolution was unnecessary, but those are some points that should be brought back when you bring it back to the dais to discuss, again, a more perfect resolution that you then discuss and vote on. And if you can't support it, a no vote will reflect that. But again, I want to thank Ebner and Weber for your heart to date for getting us to where we're at, but moreover, the community members who have advocated.
Thank you, Matt.
on
Your
behalf
time is
of
up.
the matter.
Thank you. All right, that's all. If no more calls, we'll bring it back to the council. I hate to ask, but what is your pleasure at this point?
I think we all probably want to talk.
I think.
Go ahead.
I would just make a motion to, well, I like both Mr. Weber's motion, and I like John's motion. I think though the name has to be mentioned, so I would propose that we endorse the Ebner resolution.
Close it.
Get close to the mic.
Okay. As I said, I thought that Mr. Weber's resolution was good, and so was John's resolution was good. But I would make a motion that we endorse Mr. Ebner's resolution now. That's a motion.
I will second that motion.
That would be discussion.
I just want to say that the most important function of city government is law enforcement. So this is why an issue, that's what we're talking about it. It's not like we're talking about foreign relations, or we're talking about abortion, or we're talking about the school systems, but law enforcement is our most important responsibility.
I will say that I will not support the motion, and I am willing to support Eric's not introduced resolution that he drafted, largely because I believe Eric's resolution, if he's amenable to having it considered, that I think the fact that it does include Mr. Floyd's name, I think is important, as we've heard, in light of the public comment. But I also appreciate the fact that it does include the names of innocent victims lost, some of who are black in the wake of all of this. And so for those reasons, I'm certainly in favor of Eric's resolution if he wishes to introduce that one, but I'm not in favor of this motion.
I have no problem introducing that second version of the resolution that I had drafted. Obviously, I think, as some people have stated, particularly the last caller, that perhaps we could get to a place where, through some collaboration, that even John's or whatever resolution we decide to focus on and tailor to our own particular preferences or verbiage, that it could work for everybody. Again, like John pointed out, my resolution and his resolution diverge at only very few points. So I think, again, we're just about there, but we need to perhaps have some discussion about what tweaks we could make to get everybody there.
All right, would that be something that we could resolve tonight, or would that be something that you and John need to sit down and talk to? Because I'd like to see one motion. Okay.
There's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. So unless we withdraw that motion, we need to discuss that motion.
Okay.
Now, talking about alternatives during that discussion is totally fine, but I'm just saying we can't introduce something else right now.
As I said at the beginning, that with the three motions or the three resolutions on the table, I was going to be non-supportive. Okay. But as I said later, when someone asked about it, I'm willing to, now there seems to be some pulling and pushing together, maybe that we might be able to come up with something that we all can get to. And that's
I like Eric's first resolution. And I told him I could happily support it if he just put the name of Mr. Floyd in there.
Well,
and that's up to him.
Yeah, and so if this fails, then we could go on to something else.
Right.
Okay, well,
That's a good process.
well, maybe can I speak to it? Or go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, as I told folks and most of the people that I met with last week, okay, I felt that if in fact we put Mr. Floyd's name in there, okay, that I would like to see that everybody was done it. Actually, there's like 8 names, and I have to be honest, I only really knew of 4, okay? But as a result of what happened in Minneapolis, these people, these officers, they were...
Mayor, actually, I don't believe they're all officers.
Okay.
I think there's
That's correct. There's a couple of police officers in there, and intentionally, as to not blow a dog whistle for certain partisanship, I didn't put in there just police officers. I didn't put in there their titles. They're all on the same level. There are lives that are lost and lives matter. I do agree. I'm
not sure partisanship, though, is the correct term for that.
Well, the certain particular things will set off, pushback. and that's why I intentionally left that out of there.
Right.
I don't think their titles matter. Their title is their name, and their name is
Right.
important, just like George Floyd's is. So there are peaceful protesters that are in there. I know Mr. Chris Beatty was killed when he tried to intervene and help, I believe it was 2 women that were being mugged. And for that, he was killed. And I believe, each of those people, I did some research to try to make sure that they were innocent victims. And my understanding is that, many are like Chris Beatty, where they were doing what they believed was right. Some of them were protesters that were doing what they believed was right and voicing their First Amendment rights, which I think is important too. So,
I commend you for doing the research into these people. Each one of their names, I believe, matters as well. And I believe that it also sheds light on the entire last several weeks of this civil rights movement, as John's framed it, to awaken the conscience to a lot of people about a lot of different things. So really good job, Eric.
All right,
think you did
so,
good.
so as it stands right now, we have a motion and a second. So,
I have some comments. Let me just first tell one little story that literally happened just a few days ago, and it kind of illustrates the problem here in San Dimas. In fact, it occurred at Bonita and San Dimas Avenue, so literally the center of town, right here in San Dimas. So I think what my resolution is trying to do is to give support or talk about people who, for whatever reason, we can argue that they're misinformed, the statistics don't bear them out, whatever it is, feel like we're trying to combat marginalized, scared, as a matter of fact. But the story was, somebody told me this, the person who told me was there and stopped the light on one of those streets, and here's a young black woman walking her dog. Totally cute dog, totally innocent. Up comes a sheriff's on a motorcycle, like a traffic guy. And this actually is a microcosm of the entire thing, in my opinion, because the young woman looked at the officer who glanced over at her and was so afraid. She had this fearful look on her face. So the person tells me. The deputy, however, wasn't a bad guy at all. And the deputy was exactly what we've been talking about is so great about law enforcement. He looked over and said, in a nice way, this wasn't any kind of sarcasm or anything like that. It was just, oh, that's a cute dog. So I'm not sure, I can't even remember who told me this story, but it was in the past week that happened. So here we have a upstanding deputy. We have a young woman afraid, for whatever reason, because she's a person of color in San Dimas. So my resolution is about racism. It's not about the protests that happened in the wake of George Floyd's death. It's not about passing some national laws or lobbying up in Sacramento. It's about San Dimas and the racism that actually exists. I want to thank the callers, some of whom I could tell it was their first time calling, and they actually were pretty brave to call in. And I appreciate everything they said. The one that I will highlight, I can't remember who it was, I've got it all written down here, but she said, it's not enough to not be racist. We need to be anti-racist. And that's the whole deal about this resolution. That's what it's about. Now it's framed. It's framed by George Floyd, and I'm not going to modify my resolution unless it says George Floyd was killed. Now, I'm not using murder. I'm not using a legal term or anything like that. That's all going to happen. But George Floyd was killed. Taking his name out just minimizes, and, you know, maybe I don't understand it perfectly, but maybe I'm starting to get it, or maybe I do, but certain people in our community, this has been happening for years or even centuries where their names aren't important. So that's why his name is in there. And I'm going to read, if I can find it. I did have another whereas that I was going to put in, and maybe if you guys like it, we could put it in there to tie things together. Because after talking about George Floyd's death, law enforcement is, doing their duty to keep everybody safe. Before launching into the thing about San Dimas and racism, I was thinking about having, whereas after George Floyd's death, a protest occurred in San Dimas, talking about San Dimas, not Philadelphia or LA or anyplace else, demanding an end to racism, and residents of San Dimas told the city council how they have experienced racism. Now, if we didn't know it before, we know it now. We can all say that we're not racist, we've never heard about this, or it's some little thing that happened over there and isolated, but I don't think we can say that anymore. Now, forgive me for going on, but I'm going to read a little bit from some of those emails, and believe me, they weren't all form emails. If you delved into them, you would hear a whole bunch of things. So I'm not going to read you these are just 4. There's a whole bunch, but I printed these out, or parts of them. So one writer said, talking about things that have happened, what he's heard, to this day, I hear neighbors talking about how certain, now this is real stuff. This isn't like somebody's just making up a story or something. These are real things that are happening right now in San Dimas. To this day, I hear neighbors, just excuse me a second, neighbors talking about how certain parts of the city, just a second, just need to take a little drink. Sorry. You guys know I sometimes get emotional about stuff. To this day, I hear neighbors talking about how certain parts of the city where predominantly black families live should be torn down and replaced because they are garbage. Neighbors shout the N-word and hurtful remarks at black people walking down the street. Local business owners right in our downtown and peaceful protesters have heard this. From another email, and these are just kind of all mixed up, George Floyd, if you don't say his name, he only becomes part of the thousands of black people whose identity have been lumped into a nameless group. George Floyd was an individual and deserves to have his name stated. Another person says, if any of you think that racism does not exist in San Dimas, then you have not been listening to your community. And finally, the cries to end racial slurs, derogatory comments, and racially motivated bullying are not being heard, and the situation must change. So out of all this comes my resolution. And I'll just make some points about it. As I said, George Floyd was killed. If he wasn't killed, we wouldn't be here. Because the civil rights movement, or whatever you want to call it, the civil rights movement that some people say occurred from the late 40s to the late 60s, and that was kind of it, has been kind of going along, and progress has been made over time. But right now, people are saying, we want to be heard more than you are hearing us. We want you to acknowledge that racism exists. People are speaking up. Those who are not heard, those who are being hurt, those who do feel marginalized, I mean, it's amazing that so many people have been speaking up today, and it's really gratifying. I don't have that much more to say right now. I might have another comment in a minute, but if anybody has something to say, go ahead. This resolution, again, is simply about racism. It calls out things like, my language is racism and racial injustice harm the people of our nation and the people of San Dimas. That's different than saying people are in pain. That is true, and that's not a bad statement. But my resolution says this thing harms us, and we've got to do something about it. And the last part of the resolution, I mean, I really, whether we pass a resolution or not, I really think we need some kind of body that will be able to take leadership from the law enforcement community in the city and listen to people who aren't used to telling their stories so that leadership can understand where they're coming from and what they're all about. And I think that's the thing we can do, and that's why I call that out, because that's something we should do right here in San Dimas. And I thank you for listening to me. I think this is not a controversial resolution in any sense. I could change a word or two. I know Eric mentioned about, say the word George Floyd's life was taken, as opposed to, as one of the callers said, as opposed to he was killed. I guess I could go that far if that would get support. But I'm not going on to all sorts of other stuff. It's all about racism, what we here in San Dimas understand it to be, and what we intend to do about it.
Well, I guess I'll say, John, one, thank you for the time and effort you put into your resolution. Your convictions about it show, and I respect that as a person of strong convictions myself, so I do applaud you for that. And for standing for what you believe is correct in this. And, or correct may not be the word, but at least what you feel should be represented and in your mind correct. I don't think anyone here tonight is right, and I don't think anybody's wrong, to be perfectly honest with you. I would have had an easier time getting to action than this. The resolution someone sent in one of these emails, the many emails sent to us in the last days to whatever it's been, somebody talked about breaking down the symbolism of the resolution, and when it meant. It might have been Isabel. I'm not sure, actually. I should pull it up. Somebody did send an email that laid out symbolism, and they laid out the meaning of it. And I bring that up because I do think that, as we said before, it is important that we understand the gravity of what it is that we are looking to do today. And yes, it was Isabel. She sent an email today, and it talked about symbolism and the action. I think action is something that is probably agreeable to this whole body. I think having a conversation about where do we move forward, and I don't think that has to be some big crazy thing. I actually think that's easier. I think that I personally do not believe that we need to create another, so as it relates to your resolution, I personally don't believe we need to create another body. We have the Public Safety Commission. They have very specific duties. I understand that the council and the city in the past maybe has not leveraged them in such ways that maybe they are doing what they need to do or could do, I guess I should say. And so for that reason, I think that might be a fitting place for some of this. But at the same token, I'm very familiar with the sheriff's department, obviously, and I'm very familiar with some of the other things that go into this. I know...
You just walked out.
I know the lieutenant's here from the sheriff's department, and I think he can speak for the sheriff's department. But I think the one thing about it is that we do contract with the LA County Sheriff's Department. And so one of the benefits that we get from that is the fact that we have the Los Angeles County Civilian Oversight Commission. We have the Office of the Inspector General. We have our own Public Safety Commission, which that Public Safety Commission, which was a committee, was so active in what they did at one point, we ended up with a sheriff's station. So I think that commission can be effective, but to that end, I think the fostering of language and constructive and honest, substantial dialogue and all that, I think can happen. So for that reason, and the other piece of this is with your resolution, I have a really hard time when I hear people in the community talking about the losses that they've suffered or they identify with from people other than George Floyd in the wake of all this. And and that's why, as it relates to your resolution versus the Eric's or anyone else's, I'm okay with putting George Floyd's name in there. And I do think, as others have said, his name does matter and as it relates to that. But I just don't feel like you can say his name without mentioning the names of people who also have suffered loss and identify strongly with those things. And some of these deaths have racial nexuses to them. So, so that ties in to this topic, at least from my perspective, in my opinion. And so for that reason, I am more inclined to support Eric's. And the other tweak, the killed language, life taken, I understand. But some of the black people who I spoke with about this took offense to putting a black man in there. And that discussion was an interesting one to me that kind of opened my eyes to it, because they talked about perpetuating a narrative. And they said that, at least it was the way it was expressed to me, is that they felt that George Floyd had a confrontation with the police and he died. And as it relates to excessive force and these issues that are kind of being addressed in this, when you're making a nexus, I understand you're saying that the premise of this is racism, but you also talk about violence. And violence has transcended race, and it happens. And so, for that reason, for me to get there, it'd have to be framed up and a little bit more representative of those voices. But I also understand being passionate about your work, and thank you for the work you did.
I too have no problem with putting George Floyd's name in there. Okay, I really don't. I understand where it's going, and I too want to thank you for your passion. Okay. As I said earlier, I was not going to vote for either one of the three. Okay, but it's time. We've had a lot of discussion, and I really truly believe that we can get there to one document, okay? And quite honestly, I'm not sure we can get there tonight, because I think there's got to be some more discussion between you and Eric concerning it. And that's basically what I would ask, because I still have some concerns about a lot of people unfortunately died as a result of this incident. And so I've come a long way in this discussion, okay, listening. So I don't know what you want to do or how you want to do it, or if anybody's even interested in it. But I could get there a lot easier if we could get to one document and we're all.
And, so I think others can explain it better, and maybe some of the callers, actually, there were some very articulate callers on there. this is a straight line resolution. It's about an incident, let's just call it an incident, that precipitated, and let's just call them the protests, but underneath those protests, there's I don't know if you want to call it a movement or an awakening or what it is, but I don't know about you guys, but I haven't heard this number or volume or avalanche of people speaking up like in my entire life. I mean, you got to go back to the Vietnam War protests, as far as I'm concerned, for this kind of a thing. And that obviously wasn't about racism. So the 60s were a different story. So obviously the 1963 March on Washington was gigantic. And there's been things like that. But right now I just see George Floyd create whatever happened. And it's not about George Floyd being a good guy or a bad guy. It's just about what happened to him, and then how it affected San Dimas. I'm not interested in going anywhere outside of George Floyd, racism, what we can do about it, and just calling it out. We're not going to tolerate it. Everything that's in here is, I don't know why it's controversial. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, because I already did, but, we talk about where the officers of Minneapolis don't represent all the hardworking men and women, 800,000, 1 million, whatever it is, there's that many law enforcement professionals around the country. What's controversial about saying San Dimas is a diverse community? And again, we're focusing on the racism that some people feel, the marginalization. So adding peaceful to it dilutes what we're talking about. Racism and racial injustice harm people. We're not going to accept people being discounted. We should come together and listen. City Council denounces, won't tolerate racism, hate, or violence. We affirm all these values. I mean, equality, justice, compassion, respect, understanding, solidarity, accountability. Maybe creation isn't the right word. I'm not hung up on what word that can be. Maybe reinvigoration, whatever you want to call it. Just say a way of people dialoguing. But what the heck is controversial about this? That's what I don't get. And but I call for the question. There's a motion and a second on the floor.
Mayor, I'd like to comment before we call the question. John, I hear you, and I hear what you're saying. And I watched the videos, several of them, because, as you know, people in law enforcement watch those videos and watch and critique and look at it and go, what in the heck's going on, right? And so I see all that, and I hear everything you're saying. But you're talking about how it relates to San Dimas. I don't know about you, but I know a lot of people that live here in San Dimas that in the wake of all this were there in a law enforcement or National Guard capacity, having rocks, bottles, urine, things thrown on them, and their perspective is very different. So, when we talk about trying to hear each other and meet each other, the violence that continued following this, for the same reason that I got a little edgy earlier today with what happened, it's because that is the reality of what has happened in the wake of this. And I think what's agreeable is that we all absolutely now are talking, and we all absolutely say and I think see that we need to do something. But when I talk to people in San Dimas, everyone says this is wrong. Everybody condemns it. But gosh, there's people, firemen, that we're having to try and go out there and put out fires and expose to hazardous materials in the wake of this. And I'm not saying that's George Floyd's fault, to be very clear. I'm not saying that's his fault. I agree with you that the underlying issues that have plagued mankind, frankly, for quite a long time with this and with violence, have led to a festering that I think now we need to address. But I heard from a lot of people that say we need to take no action. I'm willing to take an action as it relates to the resolution. I'm willing to do that. But I really just wish those people were represented and heard.
Yeah, it's kind of like you say, I mean, like Kurt Kranzer said, we should, because everything you say is true. People, peace officers who have lost their lives, or not even lost their lives, they're out there talk about being courageous, or I'm not saying, I don't know, if there's a lot of apprehension, let's call it, as a drive to a call or whatever, that is real. And, one thing I didn't say is that actually San Dimas, and I'm going to recommend this when we get around to next year, but, in May, there's the Peace Officers Memorial Day, and we always get invited to go to the ceremony here in LA County, but I don't know if we've done a proclamation for it, but we should. So I'll commit right now to doing that, because that's what we should be doing. And we, like you, I've heard from people who are against, some good friends who say, why are you doing a resolution? Same story. But there are a lot of other people.
Are you guys down here?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you guys down here? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, a lot of other people,
Yeah.
that we know and respect, are telling us different. It's one of those issues where you got to come down on one side, and there's, it's like the sanctuary city thing. I mean, talk about something that brought out a lot of
Don't do it,
contention.
Jai.
So
And there'll be more discussion on that.
But anyway, so we have a motion and a second, and I'd like to take a vote.
Okay, yeah, I know you'd like to take a vote, but if he got a chance to talk, I got a chance to talk. Okay?
Call the question there.
After everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. One of the things that we talked about 2 weeks ago, okay, and I know there's probably not an interest, but I do want to at least throw it out there, is when we were talking about this resolution, we talked about the potential of not having whereases and going to, like in your deal here, now it therefore be resolved that the City Council of San Dimas does hereby resolve the City Council mourns the death of George Floyd and condemns his senseless killing. The City Council, Section 2, so without all the whereases, okay? And quite honestly, I know it's a little unique, but I think we asked the city attorney, 2 weeks ago, if that was something that could be done or said or something like that. Is there any objection to that, or?
No legal problem with that.
Because it seems like that's where we've got George Floyd in there now, because that was a problem between the two, actually the three, that we've taken one off the table. But we have George Floyd in there. Is there any discussion on an idea like that?
So I'd like to take a vote on this motion, and then after the vote, see where the vote goes. I hope it actually passes, because we can do more than one thing. And so I hope the vote passes, and definitely, we could do we do proclamations all the time. We've got Older Americans, breast cancer awareness, and in those things, we focus on what we're focusing on, and we do it. So yeah, we could do that. We could make a proclamation. Sometimes they have whereases, sometimes they just are a list. So yeah, interested in that, but I'd like to vote on this resolution. I think it's a strong resolution. I think it speaks up for people in San Dimas, and sometimes we don't hear the people that it's speaking up for, but that's what it's all about.
All right.
Mayor, can I clarify what the motion was from Councilmember Bertone and seconded by Councilmember Ebner for adopting Councilmember Ebner's resolution?
Right. That's the way I understand it.
Yes. And we've already read the title. Do we need to read it again or anything like that, or are we good? Okay, great.
Dennis, is your mic on? Yeah, it is, I can see it.
I just will say I will be abstaining from this vote for the reasons I've outlined.
Now, Emmett or Eric, if either one of you want to abstain, that would be just fine too.
I can tell you that as it sits right now, as a whole, I am very inclined to support something very close to that, but it would require some slight verbiage changes. I think you alluded to one of them. If we want to call the question, vote on it, and then see what we do from there, I'm okay with that too.
Sure.
Well, I'd like to, I've got no choice. Okay.
Let's have the vote now.
Yeah, take the vote, but where I'm hesitant to take a vote is because I'd like to hear what the changes are.
Well, I think
If it's standard, if it's this, I'll be voting no. But if the changes are appropriate, I'm close. I'm right on the edge.
Yeah, I think, if I hear John right, I mean, John wants this to go, and then if there's some room, then there's room, and maybe we can see where that room is. And I think the resolutions between John's and Eric's are very close. I'm talking extremely close. So I think we can get there. That's
Okay, we'll call
Eric, what is your, what is a proposal proposed? And Michael is right there ready to type it in case.
So I think listening to one of the callers who called in, she brought up a very good point, and it was the one that you alluded to earlier, that his life was not lost, it can't be found again, that it was taken, and that his life being taken does not come with the due process problems that murder or potentially even killing has with it. It's just presumptive in its nature by that verbiage. So I could get on board with life was taken.
So how would that read exactly? So whereas, I mean, we have to have it.
Are we talking about the first part of George Floyd, a black man's life was taken by the members of Minneapolis Police Department? Is that what we're saying?
I think it could fit in there. I personally don't agree with inserting race into it, but I understand that some people may disagree, and that's something that I perhaps could concede on. But it seems like, if we're going to concede on a few things, I could possibly concede on that. But I think it kind of perpetuates the problem, like Ryan was talking about earlier.
So your language is, on May 25th, 2020, George Floyd, a black man, or the life of George Floyd, a black man, was taken.
I would be.
And then
okay
is the rest the same?
Going back down to the resolution,
Yeah.
Section 1, I would prefer that verbiage also be changed to reflect the same thing. I would be okay killing to death, or any other suggestion that somebody might have, just something hopefully not overly suggestive and subverting that due process.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, I think it's fine if you want to, I mean, if that's a sticking point, the word black man, that's fine to take out, if that's a sticking point. But I think the sticking point is mentioning all the other people. I mean, let's get down to the basics. We're talking about the easy stuff now. Talking about the hard stuff.
I like where Dennis is going. I just can't support it as written without.
Let's have our
inclusion.
vote first, and then we can,
Yeah,
I think
call
we
the
should have the
question.
vote, okay?
And in light of the proposed language changes, I will be voting no.
And this is with the, as modified, as amended here in the session earlier.
So, okay, just to clarify what I'm doing here, I kept yours the same, that's on the different Word document. I've moved the same language you had over to new Word document so we can follow the changes that we're talking about here, but we kind of bounced from the first whereas to section 1, so I just want to kind of go back and verify what we're changing here. So, George Floyd, right now the only thing I've changed was killed to taken, but we want to say, are we talking about removing a black man and just saying on May 25th, 2020, George Floyd's life was taken by members of Minneapolis police? Is that what the consensus wording is on that, or what were you?
I don't
trying to leave a black man whose life was taken. Is that something around where you're looking at wording this?
I think other members of the council need more changes than that. So I think we need to vote on the original, the original as it was amended earlier today, or yesterday, I don't know what time it is. So it was killed. Just leave it the way it was.
As I understand it, the motion on the floor is Councilmember Bertone's motion to adopt the Ebner resolution that was included in the packet with just the few changes that Councilmember Ebner made at the beginning of the item tonight.
That is correct.
And so I brought that version back up here, so that's
Thank
now
you.
your first one with the original changes you made.
Thank you.
We call the question?
Yeah, call the question. All in favor?
Do we need to have it?
Oh.
Deborah, do you need to
Do a
read it?
resolution by title?
A resolution of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, County of Los Angeles, calling for unity, dialogue, and action to abolish racism wherever it may exist and to ensure justice and respect for all members of our community.
Dennis, I think your motion is to waive further reading and adopt.
Waive further reading and adopt.
And I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
3-2? Or do we want to talk about it again now?
We're going to need to announce who voted which way,
Okay.
and if you don't know, then you have to do a roll call vote.
All right, let's do a roll call.
Councilmember Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
Yes.
Councilmember Weber,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Viana,
No.
Mayor Bedar.
No.
So-
That motion failed by a 2-3 vote.
So Mayor, I would actually, if Eric's amenable to it, I would move to introduce his resolution, as he had mentioned earlier in the meeting, with his language edits and I'm actually good with it as written. If Eric's good with it, I will make a motion.
You're talking about his second resolution?
Yes, that's correct. And if he's good with that, I would make a motion to introduce this resolution.
And that lists George Floyd's name?
That lists Mr. George Floyd by name and acknowledges his death and involvement in his death through the Minneapolis, Minnesota Police Department while in their custody, that city's police force. It also mentions the innocent lives lost in the wake of George Floyd's death. And it also has language that calls for the encouragement of citizens to participate in the Public Safety Commission, the Civilian Community Advisory Committee with the Sheriff's Department, the LA County Oversight Commission, to be able to continue to foster dialogue with everyone in the department.
You know, one of the things, just as a note, one of the things when the community met with Captain Berg, okay, one of the things that he mentioned that he would be willing to entertain and have a discussion with community members and the Public Safety Commission and about having a advisory type situation, but he would face it, have to deal with it by getting more questions and answers and resolve that. So that is something that, we could definitely bring forward and discuss at some point.
So Eric, if you're good with it, I'll make a motion if you're comfortable with this.
Can I venture to say something that might be, met with mixed reviews? Doing what I believe is, my due diligence and making a good faith effort to gain the support of everybody on the council, I am absolutely willing to entertain any sort of text amendments. I'm willing to add, instead of George Floyd died in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota, I'm willing to add George Floyd's life was taken in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota. I think that this is something, I'm not saying that my resolution is perfect. I am absolutely willing to entertain anything that would perhaps meet Dennis's requirements or make John happy. I think that's important for us. If we can make some simple changes here and everyone be on board with it, I think that is my goal overall. So
let me then make a motion to go ahead and introduce and adopt your resolution. And if I get a second to that and the council during discussion has those amendments, then let's go through it.
I'll second that.
All right.
I don't think this is how we're going to do this. It's not in the record right now, so we're going to have to read the whole thing, I believe.
That's right, and the public doesn't have a copy of it. We did describe, Councilmember Weber described it earlier. But it might be a good idea to read the whole thing before it's adopted.
Because I wasn't preparing to introduce it at all and just turn it into my own for public posting later.
Totally understandable.
I have a electronic copy that I can email to anybody here that we could put up on the screen and make text amendments or whatever we need to do.
So while Eric does that, I'll read it, and then maybe you can email it to Deborah and staff. It reads, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, County of Los Angeles. Whereas on May 25th, 2020, George Floyd died in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota, while in the custody of a member of that city's police force. It was clear that an officer in this case used force that was in excess of what was necessary to ensure public safety and exhibited a disturbing indifference to human life. And whereas the actions of the officer in this case is not representative of and undermines the hard work and dedication of hundreds of thousands of law enforcement professionals nationwide who work tirelessly to keep our communities safe. And whereas racism in whatever form causes great pain to all Americans, including San Dimas, and whereas San Dimas is a peaceful and diverse community that is concerned for the equal and fair treatment of all persons, and whereas the city of San Dimas will not accept that any person be discounted, undervalued, or marginalized, including the lives of innocent victims lost in the wake of George Floyd's death. These include names like David Dorn, David Underwood, Damon Gunsweiler, Italia Kelly, Chris Beatty, Robert Forbes, Jose Gutierrez, and Victor Cazares Jr. And whereas we must come together as a community, listen and learn from each other in order to identify where change can be made and how we can make it. And now, therefore, the City Council of the City of San Dimas does hereby resolve that, Section 1, the City Council denounces the actions that contributed to this senseless death. Section 2, the City Council denounces all acts of racism, hate, and violence, affirming the values of equality, justice, compassion, and respect. We will continuously strive to ensure accountability, understanding, and solidarity in our community. Section 3. The City Council encourages participation in the San Dimas Public Safety Commission, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Community Advisory Committee, and the Los Angeles County Civilian Oversight Commission to foster constructive, honest, and substantive dialogue between the community, City Council, and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Section 4, the mayor will sign this resolution, and the city clerk shall attest and certify to the passage and adoption thereof.
Okay, so
Did I miss anything, Eric?
I think that's it. John, did you get that file? All right.
All right, so what's next here? We're going to take a vote?
So that meets
Wait.
the legal requirements, so we do have a motion and a second to adopt that, but if the council wanted to do some wordsmithing, then we'll wait for it to come up on the screen here.
The highlighted areas are what differed from my original resolution.
Yes.
And like I indicated, I'm more than willing to, work together and hammer something out that we can all get on board with. I guess Ryan made the motion, so he should probably be on board with it too.
To start
No,
off,
I'm on
does it
board.
have a title? Is it the same as the title that we were?
Yeah, I would just move that it be the same title.
Yes, I'm good with that. Is it, to my understanding, actually, I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, but basically, this is a modification of the resolution that deviated from where you two diverged, right? So, I mean, essentially, you guys worked this thing all the way up until these highlights, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe John had a couple of, even just punctuational edits to the original one.
Right.
I'm sure it would probably still need those because we
We-
started from the same source material.
We both went home on whatever night that was, Thursday night, and made little tweaks to what we were doing. Me at home and Eric in his camp chair out in Yucaipa. But Eric was thinking about it the whole time. I don't know if he had a chance to relax.
So-
But,
So we moved on the first, whereas May 25th, okay, there's no more unreasonable or excessive force. It's clear that an officer in case. No. All right.
I know the language of George Floyd died in the city of Minneapolis might be too vanilla for some people. Is that something that we would?
I think it's
like?
fine.
I agree, I think it's fine.
It's fine. Is there a motion to pass this?
Yes.
Was there a second?
Yeah.
The second, Eric? Can we have a vote, please?
well, hold on.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess,
Yeah.
John's got some.
Yeah. This is a resolution. It's not a resolution that I intended to, that I envisioned. And I appreciate Eric's changes to a certain extent because where we were stuck was getting George Floyd's name in there. And it appears that we got George Floyd in, but because of George Floyd, we had to put in a number of other names. And if we're going to do that, we could go back and talk about, all the other names that people could just have a litany of names of people whose lives were taken unnecessarily and whatever. So I just can't get behind, I would say, diluting the resolution. The particular whereas where the other, and again, all of these are tragic deaths and killings, but they shouldn't be in this resolution. The one part where it says, whereas the city of San Dimas will not accept that any person be discounted, undervalued, or marginalized, including the lives of innocent victims lost in the wake of George, and then it's on to a lot of things that didn't happen in San Dimas, and it just seems to be diluting that statement about that we won't accept that any person be discounted, undervalued, or marginalized. Of course we won't, but the goal was to be about San Dimas.
Well, I think,
John, let me tell you something. It is diluting it, but I think it's better than no resolution whatsoever. And I don't think it's offensive. It's not an offense. It doesn't support Black Lives Matter or doesn't criticize them. It's just talking about what happened. So even though it's not my first choice, I think it's better than no resolution whatsoever.
I will just mention that, of all the callers that called in, they were in agreement with a lot of the language that's in here. They're also not, they weren't disagreeing with any of the language of including those names at all as well. So if there's a suggestion for an edit that might be something you'd be interested in, I'm willing to entertain it. This is just what I was comfortable with when I made those edits.
my resolution had no names in it, but we saw how that went over, so. But for the same reason you're bringing up, John, is exactly why my name did not have any names in it, my resolution. And so I acknowledge what you're saying, and I think that if we slice the onion back, we arrive at the same place, because I think every single person's name matters. But I also understand the significance, as some of the callers stated, about the person, the demarcation at this moment in time in history, and I also understand the people as a consequence of this moment in time in history, which is how I think this is relatable, and people in this community identify on all sides of this, whether they were uninvolved, whether they just by proxy or experience. So, my motion is for this as written, and Mayor, if you'd call the question, I'd appreciate it.
As written, George Floyd died. Just want to make sure.
Is that what you
Right.
That's
Okay.
what, I think that's what we said, right?
Yep.
Right.
Right.
Okay, could you have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Viana,
Yes.
Councilmember Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Badar.
Yes.
You know,
That
it
carried.
passed, right?
Yes.
4-1. I would like to thank Councilmember Ebner for bringing this up. It's an uncomfortable subject, but it's always been an uncomfortable subject, and it always will be an uncomfortable subject. I'd also like to congratulate all the people that have demonstrated peacefully in the city of San Dimas. It was nice to see all the young people out there, and it was nice to have their participation, whether you agree with them or not. But I think we showed the rest of the world how to protest, and that's very
Peacefully.
good. But John, thank you very much for bringing this up. And even though I know you don't completely agree with this resolution, I think it's the best that we could get. And I think it is, in the end, it's a positive resolution.
So I'm not going to argue about the resolution anymore, but I will say that I too am gladdened by the people who showed up. We talk about people not showing up. These people showed up, and so many of them haven't done this before, and it's just really amazing. And I really want to thank everyone who called, everyone who showed up at the protest, and then the action today out, the peaceful, just kind of, it was almost, if it would have had picnic baskets, it would have been like a picnic. It was families out there and everything. Everybody, it was just so great to see everybody out there. And I do want to thank my daughter-in-law, Isabel, and her cohorts for help. And it wasn't just Isabel, but people know that Isabel is a person they can go to find out how to do things. And so she's and I don't want to minimize Philip, You know, Phil, what a hard worker he is.
Father's Day was yesterday.
Yeah, we
A
can
couple
keep on
days
talking
ago.
about that, I guess, but anyhow, but I want to thank everybody who's involved, and Eric and Chloe and Crystal, and, you know, the list goes on and on. But thank you, and continue to be involved. As I told the 3 young women on the phone when I was having a conversation with them that Isabel arranged, I said the best thing to do is to throw your hat in the ring for everything. And I always mention, you know, the Festival of Arts, the Sheriff's Boosters, you know,
We have
the
all kinds of
Historical
commissions.
Society. And it's hard to get on a commission, but it's easier to get on a commission if you've done some of these other things. So I've just told these people to show up, continue, and we'll fight it together.
I will say that I'm disappointed we couldn't get there to the 5-0, but we got somewhere. And I think, as Emmett said earlier, we all kind of came along tonight, and I think, you know, I certainly didn't, when I tried to get off work early tonight to come see what was going on and get here to City Hall, it didn't really go the way I envisioned, to be honest, the start to this evening, but I am happy with where we got. And, you know, and to all those people that came out and raised their voices, I agree with John, and I agree with, I think, most every member of council that thinks that you should be involved. And I sincerely hope you are. I know Nicole J., I think Johnson, I think you shot me an email to meet up and chat, and I will be responding to you, and I look forward to sitting down with you. And to everyone else, I do think people need to be involved. And to the members of the Black community, feel free to please email me, or you can call me, 909-480-1960. I have no problem taking calls. I have no problem getting together. And I think the resolution, as difficult as this was, this actually is the easy part. The harder part is sitting down and having meaningful dialogue that turns into action. And whether that means for somebody who shared, you know, on next door that they're afraid to walk outside because they live across from a sheriff's station and they're a person of color, I'd love to introduce you to the sheriff's captain and all those staff over there and help you feel more comfortable in this community. I think that's what it's about. We're neighbors. We all live here, and I want everybody to know, even though it may not seem as though tonight everyone got exactly what they wanted, to include some of the people that I've heard from who probably will not be happy. I think pretty much everyone here probably is going to have a segment of people that aren't happy with them about how this turned out, and there's people that are going to be happy about it, how it turned out, acknowledging that it was a compromise, probably, as Dennis alluded to, the best that we could get to. But that's democracy. That's what we represent, and I'm proud that this council got there, and you know, that's where I'm at with it. So thank you, everyone who engaged, and you know, I'm very grateful. But I also will say, protesting or demonstrating is effective, and somebody did bring it up. The demonstrations are not the issue. Somebody's comments in the calls regarding that. Demonstration's not the issue at all. I think, and just so I'm not misread, I think this community's been very good about having very good dialogue with its electeds. I've known every member of council to be approachable if you've reached out to them. I know they call back, and I think this community continues to be that way. I know the city manager and others go out of their way to call members of this community. Some not as quickly or promptly as they'd prefer, but I know it gets done. And the same thing with our sheriff's station and everyone else. The last thing before we end this topic is, and someone alluded to it as I told Chloe as she came in here and we chatted. And, you know, she said, and I know Emmett walked up, that, you know, this is the first time she felt heard, you know, that she was engaging with us there. And I was sad that she felt that all of this was necessary to be heard, because that's not, at least for me, that's not the way I understand our local government here. I also hear people that say that they don't feel as though it's their job to reach out to us, and I agree that civic engagement is something that electeds and government need to work on. But one thing that I think her mom started to bring up before her time ran out was, I would like, I know she was alluding to this, but I don't think, or I don't know whether she knew the entirety of it, but last meeting and the meeting before that, I think council or the mayor asked for the school district to be provided all of the recordings of all of the things that have been said as it related to the school district and matters within their jurisdiction. And, you know, I'd like to go a step further in that. In light of all this, that I would like for the city to ensure that we follow up with a superintendent. And I would really like for us to call on the school district to investigate every single claim of a racist incident or racially involved incident, because I am concerned. I'm concerned why those issues were raised, and I'm concerned why, if they were brought to the attention, as somebody alluded to in their call, why a teacher failed to act or failed to address the issue, and how it is that that continued so long that all of a sudden we're hearing about it. So I'm really interested to hear each one of those claims looked into and taken seriously. And I'd also be interested in hearing a report back on that. I understand it could be personnel matters as it relates to some of those things, but I'd like to know if, were they founded claims, and if they were, did somebody fail to act? Do we have adequate policies in our schools to be able to encourage people to report these incidents? And do students have a meaningful way to do it, where they can do it and not fear some sort of retaliation or anything like that? So that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Thank you. I too want to say thank you to the community of San Dimas. You know, it wasn't just the peaceful protesters a week ago. It truly wasn't. It wasn't the people who are out front today, the demonstrators. I think they've kind of changed names. But it was people who, like, over standing on Bonita and Walnut, 3 or 4 family members, 3 or 4 people. I believe John's son and daughter-in-law went out there and stood with them at one point. I believe so. I'm not sure, but
that was me.
I thought I was. No, I know you did. You took them water.
I did.
But no, there were people out there, and it's not the only place in San Dimas where people were trying to reach out and say, hey, you know what, there's an issue. So, and I appreciate it. I have to tell you, I wasn't sure we were going to get there tonight. I'm glad listening to everyone that we got in a couple of different versions of what, like I said originally, I couldn't get there with the 3, but as time progressed, we got through it, and I too am very pleased that we accomplished something that I believe the community is going to be extremely appreciative of, the fact this council did listen and continue, and we will continue to listen. The one thing that is that, just like John said, there are a lot of different organizations in San Dimas, and we heard a lot of youngsters, a lot of young people wanting to pass on their experiences. But you know what? Let's talk about where we're going forward, where they're going, because they can help make this community what they want it to be. And I think that's important, you know. We can think about the past, and we can continue to try to improve it, And we never want to, we don't want to miss the history, because the history is going to make us grow. And so that's where it's at. And I do want to thank John, because we saw passion. And thank you very much for continuing with that. Okay? Any more on this particular issue?
If I could just say real quick that when I was talking to Ruth on the phone about this whole issue and the resolution, she brought up broaching the topic of a community policing model. I kind of filled her in that that's been around for a while, but because of COVID, it got me thinking. A lot of our community policing activities are kind of put on hold for the time being. One thing that I brought up to her was a community sheriff's academy, and talking with Captain Berg, that's something that we had in the past. I guess we hadn't done one in a year or two or something like that. But when this COVID thing kind of settles down, I would strongly encourage people to participate in that. I instructed at a community police academy when I was working with Glendora, and the investment of time in going to that is invaluable on both sides. It was valuable for me being a cop, and it was extremely valuable for the community that came out and were able to engage with us. So I would definitely be an advocate for a community sheriff's academy. And I also have a story that plays into some of the profiling stories that we heard. I'm not going to bore anybody with that because it's very late. I will be posting that on social media so we can get people to bed.
Community-based policing is not a subject that is rare right now. We all know Gary Enderly, and he is very much involved on trying to get us back into that model. And so we've asked the sheriff's captain to dig out the model. Let's dust it off. Let's take a look at it, and let's see if we can work on putting it together and involve our Public Safety Commission and get them involved in it, and let's see what we can do.
And on that topic, I mean, good point. How would you suggest that some of the people who want to have input on whether it's community-based policing, so they know what's happening, they can kind of get back to you that, oh yeah, I see the deputies out there, or whatever. I'm thinking that we somehow have to get the folks that have been calling in involved, because as we know, the Public Safety Commission is a certain set of people. We need some of the folks that called in today to be participating in that or some other advisory body.
Do we have vacancies on the Public Safety Commission, Deborah?
Yeah, I believe we have 2.
I think we should encourage those folks then to apply and get involved.
I believe, have we posted them at all? Okay, we've been holding off on posting them until we get this COVID-19 thing out.
Yeah, that's cool.
So but there are
Let's
2.
talk about that. Maybe that's even a retreat item to talk about
Right.
how the Public Safety Commission should.
Council, we can accept application, well, we would have to post it, but we can accept the applications and at least get them on file.
Okay.
Until we're ready.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Anybody object to that?
No, it's great.
No, I think it's great.
And Dennis? If you don't mind, Deborah, please. Thank you. All right. Are we done with this conversation? Okay. Congratulations, guys. We all should feel good, and that I think we did something very positive for the community tonight, and it would have never, ever got going without persistence of the community. So thank you. Thank you. All right, let's move to LEAP grant application authorization. That'll be 5E.
Yes, Mayor, City Council, or Planning Manager Fabiola will be reporting on this item.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, and members, council members, and staff, if everybody's still awake. On January 27, 2020, the State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, released a notice of funding availability for the Local Early Planning Grant Program, known also as LEAP for their acronym, similar to the SB2 grant, which was awarded back in April of this year. And it was for the amount of $160,000. The LEAP grant provides support to jurisdiction to engage in planning activities that will accelerate housing production. So eligible activities include the preparation and adoption of planning documents and process improvements which accelerate housing production and facilitate compliance to implement the sixth cycle of the regional housing production and assessment, which is the RENA. And based on the city's population, the city will qualify for up to $150,000 to be used towards these objectives and eligible activities. So the staff identified 3 projects that we can actually use this grant money for. And one has been a preparation and adoption of a downtown specific plan to guide the city's growth and development in the town core and within proximity to the future goal line. The preparation and adoption of an inclusionary housing ordinance for the purposes of requiring certain new housing projects to provide affordable housing units or to contribute an in-lieu fee program for the development of affordable housing in the city, and review, update the adoption of the safety element and creation and adoption of climate adaptation and resiliency strategies. So with a downtown specific plan, we're anticipating the goal line coming in and being built. So with that, there's going to be market pressure to build housing near transit. So a downtown specific plan will guide all future development and redevelopment of the area, including housing, in order to meet the needs and vision of the community. An inclusionary housing ordinance can provide local policies that tap the economic gains from rising real estate values to create affordable housing for low or moderate income families. And an inclusionary housing also assists in requiring certain residential projects to provide affordable housing units in new market rate development, helping to fill a considerable gap in the availability of affordable housing, creating a mixed income housing projects which encourage more equitable development and economic integration, by providing opportunities for low-income households to live in higher resources areas, and to provide the city of San Dimas with a mechanism to meet those affordable units that are assigned under the RENA. Updating the safety element can also be another project that staff identified, and developing a hazard mitigation plan. SB 379 was passed back in 2015. It actually requires that upon the next housing element update, the safety element also be updated. Including with the update is also required that climate adaptation and resiliency strategies be also adopted. And with that, also a local hazard mitigation plan. Back in 2006, Assembly Bill 2140 was passed, and with that, basically, it requires that the cities identify areas where it's more propense for hazardous situations, and so this local hazard mitigation plan has to be reviewed and approved by FEMA. And so what it does is, in case of a disaster, natural disaster, it won't limit the amount of funding. Right now, FEMA can actually, without a local mitigation plan, it limits the city's ability to obtain additional funding for certain disaster recovery projects. So if the city decides to apply and accept this grant, we have to carry out the project that we identified to work on, because it is a reimbursement type of grant, so the city will have to basically cover the cost, and when the project is completed, the city will get reimbursed the $150,000. So staff is recommending that the city pursue this grant, and one of the priorities of the city is to do the downtown specific plan. And so we also try to gauge or try to get some verbal pricing from some of the firms that do assist cities in doing specific plans. And the cost could be approximately about $200,000. For doing an inclusionary housing ordinance, it will be approximately $80,000. And to do a safety element update and associated climate adaptation and resiliency strategy and the local hazard mitigation plan, it will be about $110,000. So based on feedback from HCD, staff can write a flexible application that designates a priority project. It could be a DTSP, but if council decides later that maybe we don't want to do the DTSP, the downtown specific plan, that we can do any of the other projects identified in the application. So at this time, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt Resolution 2020-38, authorizing the city's application of the LEAP grant to HCD and provide direction to staff on its planning priorities for purposes of staff work program and preparation and submittal of the LEAP grant application. And before I conclude my presentation, I want to acknowledge Jennifer Williams, Associate Planner. She did a lot of the work on the LEAP grant application. We collaborated together, and her contributions really made this grant application possible to be completed by staff. So I just want to acknowledge all her work. With that, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Fabiola, could you repeat the name of the associated planner?
Oh, Jennifer Williams?
Jennifer, okay.
I'm sorry.
I think I didn't. I knew you said it, but I didn't hear it.
Wearing a mask makes it difficult to
Thank you.
speak.
All right, any questions of staff?
Not really a question, but I'm glad to see the inclusionary zoning as a potential. I don't know if that can fit in the budget, because I know that downtown specific plan costs a lot of money, and that's also important. So,
Right.
but glad to see the inclusionary zoning on the horizon. I think that'll help us with the mandates and actually protect us.
Right, so there's a lot of competing priorities, and staff
Yeah.
would like to get some feedback, some direction from council. I know it's early in the morning, but
All right, any further questions? We have a motion, or?
Well, were you asking for a little bit of direction, Fabiola?
that actually will be nice to know if the downtown specific plan is a
Just a
priority
little
of the
bit.
city council.
Just, no big speech, just, well, she's asking, like, there's three things here, and the grant can't cover all of them. It can essentially cover just one, I think, if I'm understanding it correctly. Although the inclusionary zoning is less, I mean, I think we need to get the
80,000.
downtown specific plan done.
I agree with John. Downtown specific plan, I think, is a priority.
Yeah, I would think so. You guys agree?
Sounds good.
All right? You need
Okay,
anything else?
Perfect. Nope, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Well, we do
sticking
need to
around
ha-
with.
Need to have a.
Yeah, we're gonna vote, yeah.
And the.
And the
and the motion-
resolution needs to be adopted by a motion.
Right.
Yes.
So I'll move that we adopt resolution 2038, authorizing city council's application for the LEAP grant to HCD, and the direction is to put the emphasis on the downtown specific plan.
Second. Would you read the resolution by title?
Resolution 2020-38, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Dimas authorizing application for and receipt of local government planning support grant program funds.
Oh, waive further reading.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0, unless you want to do a roll call. No? Okay. All right. A goal line update?
Yes, Mayor, City Council, quickly, a virtual meeting to review the Gold Line supplemental EIR regarding the parking lot changes to San Dimas and other cities is scheduled for tomorrow, Wednesday, June 24th at 5:30. You can register for it at www.foothillgoldline.org. Other updates, Gold Line construction will begin the closure at Gladstone Street at the track crossing east of Costco. The closure will begin on July 10th and finish in September. There is a flyer included in the packet that has more details on the closure. Information will be going out to the community next week on this closure. Staff has been working with Gold Line on traffic detour plans and other traffic mitigation plans. The detour is scheduled to be Allen Avenue, so San Dimas Avenue and Lone Hill, Allen Avenue. The Gold Line has met with Costco and Bonita Unified to discuss the closure and work on mitigated impacts. One of the mitigation measures will be modifying the traffic signal at Amelia and Allen Avenue. And these modifications will take place prior to the closure. A licensed traffic engineer will monitor the traffic to see if any additional requirements, adjustments need to be made. With the closure, the traffic signal at Commercial and San Dimas Avenue is still scheduled to be installed no later than mid-March 2021. The construction schedule for the other work, other than the Gladstone closure, has not been formally approved. As soon as it is scheduled, staff will be bringing that forward to council. And tentatively, after Gladstone is complete, the next closure will take place at the end of 2020 at UCLA. That concludes my Gold Line update.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Okay. Oral communications, members of the audience, speakers limited to 5 minutes. Do we have any calls? Anyone needs to call in, phone number's on the television.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, Council. This is Mr. Gonzalez. I wanted to direct this to Mr. Badar. Mr. Badar, could you give the staff or discuss with staff how the public would bring up issues that I think were in violation of the ethics?
Okay, I guess I don't understand, Gil. Could you please, you want the staff to tell us how to bring it up, or should I have our city?
By the city attorney.
Yeah, our city attorney.
And
Okay.
he brought up some issues under ethics.
Uh-huh.
And, I mean, I have 10 of them that I could ask you right now, but I'm not going to. How do you want me to handle this?
How about you get a hold of Brad, and Brad will pass it on to the city attorney?
Would that be okay with you?
I am perfectly acceptable to me.
And when I said I wouldn't vote for incumbents, it has exactly to do with regards to this Black Lives Matter issue. I have been talking about a lot of things, not necessarily racism, but in the development of the city. I've come to you, I've talked to you, not you specifically, to staff members and so on and so forth, and you just don't listen. You just don't listen. So, in other words, if you don't pay attention to how people treat each other, I'm part of that group too. I may not be black or white, but I have some issues that I want to bring up about the way you handle things within the city, and I think they do fall in with the ethics, and that's what I meant by I wouldn't vote for it, because these are things you haven't taken care of in 20, 30 years since before Bob Poff. All right?
All right, Gil, Brad's taking some notes, and you'll contact him and
Yeah.
pass it on, and then you'll pass it
I
on.
would expect some sort of response from you, Mr. Mayor.
Pardon me?
I would expect some response from you or the city attorney.
Well, I can tell you right now, that you'll get the response from the city attorney.
I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you. All right, do we have any other calls? 6 other calls. Okay.
Thank you for calling your live.
Good evening, City Council and members of the audience. I will say that I was disappointed earlier, but I am very proud of at least my City Council going through with the resolution, whether it was full on one side, full on the other side, or a compromise. I'm glad that at least the city got together, whether it was a 4-1 vote, to actually pass something. I'd like to thank Councilman Ebner for all his passion, and even though his resolution didn't go through, I'm glad at least my city council at this time of the morning, in the early hours, that you passed something, as well as everybody else on the council for contributing something. Now's the uphill battle of getting everybody in the community to participate. And I'd hope in the future that we all come together, because one of my biggest concerns is the glue of society undoing, because one side wants this, the other side wants that. I would hope that we would come to a compromise and work on issues that certain members of our society, of our great San Dimas, can bring to the table and we can address. But I think everybody involved, including Isabel Ebner, very passionate, and I'm glad she's involved in the city council and other issues. Everybody involved. I'm just very glad that something came through. I yield back the balance of my time. You have a good morning.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening. John?
Thank you for calling your live.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, city staff. This is Isabel Ebner again. First, I just want to say to everyone who has been involved on this issue, all the people who emailed, who called into their council members, who called in tonight to speak, I hear you, I see you, and as I said earlier, I am proud to know you, and you make me proud to live here in San Dimas. I want to commend Ms. Deborah Black for her strength and professionalism during this very difficult conversation. I'm very sorry that you had to sit there and endure this painful exercise. Your life matters, and we stand with you. Thank you, Councilmember Ebner, for your strength and for your grace in defeat, for standing up for the community, for standing up for the right thing, even when you stood alone. You absolutely did the right thing. Your community, your family, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren are proud of you. Thank you for listening to us. Other than the actions of Councilmember Ebner, I'm honestly ashamed of this council, especially Councilmembers Weber and Vienna and Mayor Badar. You blatantly disregarded the overwhelming voice of the people who called and emailed you on the record. You continually mention people that you spoke to in passing in conversation. Where were they? We didn't hear them tonight. They didn't show up. You have silenced the voice of this community. You have failed this community. You held a vote on a resolution that the community did not have a chance to examine, to analyze, to comment on. What we saw tonight were 3 law enforcement professionals whose loyalty to their profession made them unable to stand with the community that they promised to represent. And this conflict of interest erodes my confidence, and I believe the public's confidence in this city council. The message that you just sent to the community and to all the young people who came out, the children, my children, is that no matter how much you get involved, no matter how many calls you make, no matter how many emails you send, this council will not listen to you. I hope that everyone listening right now knows that I and we, the community, will continue to fight this fight. We will fight for you and with you, and we will hold this council accountable, and they will continue to hear our voice. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Thank you for calling your live.
Yes, I wanted to call back in. It's been a long night, and I appreciate the hard work of everyone. But I really wanted to give John kudos because he's really this feeling in this community right now. If people can't understand how sensitive this is and how difficult change is right now, just look at John. I'm very sorry because I'm also watching. I'm not sure who the lady is there that's transcribing. I feel so sorry for her because she's sitting there listening to this conversation about race and how diluted it became and how she's probably not feeling seen like a lot of people of color in this city, and we really needed to stop that. And I wanted to also say that when you're tone deaf to other people's feelings and their sensitivities to what's going on right now, you're not a true representation of this city. I am so saddened by what happened tonight, and I'm really disgusted with what happened. I saw people today that exposed who they really are, and I want the community to stand as one and look at these people and tell them that this is not okay, because it's not okay. I'm disgusted that you would disrespect another council member's family like that. I'm disgusted that someone would vilify the citizens of this community, and I'm very, very upset that this went the way that it did because it wasn't necessary. Those names that were included, they should have been discussed, and they should have had some type of conversation about why they were in this resolution, because I'm not sure what their importance was. But like John was saying, if you really wanted to identify the people, there would have been 16 pages, not just the random people that were chosen for whatever reason they decided to do this. So I'm very, very disgusted, but when people show you who they are, you should pay attention. So today, Mr. Vienna showed us who he was, and he continued to do that throughout the meeting, and I'm very disappointed in him. Mr. Weber, you need to stop taking the side of Mr. Vienna because he's going in the wrong direction, and you don't want to go in that direction. I'm sorry because I could tell Dennis was getting a little tired and frustrated, but we need people that stand up for the community. The community was there. They were speaking loud and clear, and the people that voted against Ebner's petition today are tone deaf, and I'm very, very disappointed.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling your live.
Good evening, City Council. I called in earlier, and I just wanted to register my thoughts on tonight. The community did not support what you did tonight, and I think that this contributes to many of us in St. Amos feeling invisible. No one is saying that we shouldn't honor law enforcement, but this resolution is not about that. And law enforcement has a lot of statements from the City Council and past ones letting them know that they are valued and supported. The communities such as the Black community do not. And again, in the dozens of resolutions passed, there's not a single one that mentions police being killed in the same resolution, because every other city seems to understand that this belongs in a separate resolution, except for the city of San Dimas. And I suspect that if we had proposed a resolution to honor David Dorn, as I would fully support, or call him that murder, or honor Louis Pompey or any members of law enforcement for that matter, we wouldn't have an issue trying to get this across. And I suspect this because at the last Tuesday City Council meeting, it was closed in honor of Officer Louis Pompey, unprompted. And I suspect this because I went through the minutes of council meetings over the last 4 years, and there are several instances where members made supportive statements about small business, the National Guard, the police, the fire department, city workers, but never once about the various communities within which San Dimas, such as the Black residents, the LGBT community, the Asian American community, the list goes on. Councilman Ebner's resolution was about ending racism, honoring the many Black men and women who have died because of racism, and finding a path forward, not nationally, but here in San Dimas. You can walk and chew gum. You can take care of seniors, parks, little leagues, and also take steps to stamp out racism. Despite this, I do want to extend my thanks to Councilman Ebner, to Councilman Weber, and Councilman Bertone, and the Mayor for your professionalism. We may not agree on everything, but you act as adults in the room. I simply can't extend that same thanks to Councilman Viana. You knocked Councilman Ebner's family getting involved, but your own wife called in earlier tonight, and no one thinks that she shouldn't be involved because we all benefit when all voices are heard. Your comments, despite your attempt to recover at the end, indicated that you don't like people who have a different opinion from yours from organizing. You came across as a bully, and it showed tonight. Everyone's mind is on police excess and not following procedures with respect to letting Councilman Weber and Councilman Ebner do their work. Well, I just don't think it was a good look for someone who represents law enforcement and decided not to follow the rules when this is a topic in hand. This is beneath the dignity of your office, both of them. And on top of that, as someone who had coworkers present when work was assigned to me, I have to wonder how this makes Councilman Weber and Councilman Ebner feel, because when this has happened to me, I walked away from that experience thinking, wow, my coworker doesn't trust me or think that I'm capable of doing my job. It raises questions such as, if you can't follow this, what gives the community trust that you're obeying other rules, such as the Brown Act? I hope this was a bad night for you and not representative of who you really are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, I'm calling to, I guess, kind of issue a disappointment with how things are turning out, with adding names of people who died that had nothing to do really with racism, but everything to do with somehow trying to demonize protesters, such as Vienna did earlier in regards to the very peaceful demonstration that was done with children and families outside, simply to make our voices known. And somehow that got turned into, we were seemingly trying to attack a council member. I'm somewhat disappointed that council members, including our mayor and Weber, who claims in his campaign that public safety comes first, but instead we are putting police officers and, people first before your people. So I understand police officers right now are under a lot of duress, and I really do understand that. My heart goes out to their families, that are worrying about them when they go out to work. But that's not what the proposal was. So I just wanted to say I'm very disappointed with how that turned out. We're definitely not done speaking about it because it's not what the community needs. It's a great way to whitewash it, but, it is what it is, and we will continue to speak out until hopefully our voices are actually heard, because we are part of this community too. So thank you for hearing me, and I hope you have a good morning, good night, good morning. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Heather Thomas, and this is the first city council meeting I've ever watched and tried to call in earlier, and I'm calling in now. And I actually was writing some emails and was planning on moving on to work and caring for my small children. But as the meeting continued and I was hearing just the appreciation and gratitude for everyone who called in and took part in the process, I was extremely disappointed and disheartened because you all expressed gratitude that we were heard and our voice was heard, and really it felt like it wasn't, and especially that that the resolution that was passed was one that wasn't even able to be commented on, and that there are many problematic things in it that dilute the initial resolution, including the numerous names that were added. And a council member even mentioned that he didn't even recognize 4 of the names on the list. And so it's shocking and surprising that council members would vote yes on names that they might not even know the extent about. And yet then there's so many other names like Ahmad Arbery, Breonna Taylor, Trayvon Martin, and numerous others that then we could add on, and the list goes on. So, and then the last point that I want to make, there's a lot other that I'd like to put in emails. This is my first time in this forum, but Vienna, at the beginning of the meeting, you mentioned about not needing white saviors. Unfortunately, seeing as all of our council members are white males, it turns out we need white men to make a change for our community. And so what we do need is white allies. And so I do appreciate you, Councilman Ebener, for showing to the community tonight that you are an ally and that are hearing the voice of the people that are unheard. And yeah, so I appreciate you standing up. And just as right now my voice is shaking, but I'm speaking, I appreciate for the times that you were emotional and continue to, that the emotion showed through and the passion for the community that is not really being heard in this matter. And I thank you all for your time tonight. I know it is late for us all, and I appreciate the ongoing conversation that I hope will continue with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Yeah, thank you all for taking our calls this late in the night. I called in earlier, and I just wanted to call back. I thank you, Councilman Ebener, for fighting for all of us. I know it's not easy, but I truly believe that your resolution was the correct one. The other resolutions really diminished the message that we were trying to get through. You know, I voted for every single person that was sitting up there, and it made me really proud when you guys got on those seats, because I really do think that you could do the best for the city. Some of you guys I specifically voted for because of your law enforcement history, and I knew that you guys were the good ones, that you guys could really move this needle in the city. And tonight, unfortunately, that did not happen. You know, I come from a family of law enforcement. My brother's a sergeant in the sheriff's department. My cousin is on the SWAT team in the sheriff's department. I know the difficulties from being in law enforcement, but I also know that just as much as you guys know that it also needs to be reformed and there needs to be accountability, and it starts with a simple resolution like this. And when we do political things where we worry about our coworkers or whoever in the background, it's not going to help anybody. If people are going to be offended by this in law enforcement, then they're not the good ones. They're the ones that need to be addressed. Nothing in Ebener's resolution was controversial or anything like that. So it was a really big disappointment tonight that we went on and we settled with this resolution. It really doesn't happen in any other industry. I mean, never in a million years would you see another teacher hurt a child and not call them out and not ask for accountability and not ask for some sort of, reform in that. And if you're a citizen and you're calling for the same thing, no one would ever say that you're anti-teacher. No one here today was anti-police officers or law enforcement. You guys do a tremendous work in our community, and we thank you for everything you guys do. But this resolution really diminished that a lot by adding all those other names. All those names of whoever they were, if they're law enforcement or whatever, they all deserve to be honored in a different resolution, not this one. And so it's really disappointing seeing that come to fruition tonight. I thank you guys for being here at 1 o'clock in the morning, but I hope that it also makes you realize that there's people like myself that are still listening to your council meeting and still calling in at 1 o'clock in the morning, because it really does mean a lot to the city. Thank you guys for listening to me, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I want to thank Abner for bringing this to the forefront. I appreciate him for doing that, even though I was on the side of Vienna. I want people to know that racism comes in different levels and forms and shapes and fashions. And for the people, the public, to think that I have a death tone and all this kind of garbage, they're full of, you know what, because I was exposed to racism in Fontana, like I said, and I'm talking about a high level of racism, with Klansmen with their hoods on and everything. These people in this town have never been exposed to such things like that. And what I have to say is, I'm just proud of this town for being there for the public and serving the community all these years. And I want to thank the new mayor and all the new council members for helping the city to try to get along. Just like Rodney King says, can we just try to get along, you know? Like when he got on news and was trying to make a point about life, being a black person, and I am a black person. And I don't respect the people thinking that I'm saying, you know, I know there's racism everywhere in America. And like I said, I had people killed by the Ku Klux Klan. And I'm not fond of people thinking that, you know, I'm trying to say that the level of racism is not here in this town. And they need to recognize that. You may see scribbles of KKK on walls and stuff like that, but they've never been approached by them and assaulted by them like I have. Okay? So I just want everyone to know that it's not a safe world we're living in today. I lost a dear friend, you know, through San Bernardino. She got murdered through a Muslim guy who killed them. So that's racism level, okay, I'm talking about. This town, I have never, the 61 years that I lived here, have never been seeing that type of racism here in San Dimas. And I just want people to try to get along and know that we're well protected here and it is a safe community overall. And you guys have a great night, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hi. Wanted to say thank you to Ebner. He took a stand and a lead for the residents. That wasn't easy or comfortable. I'd like to say I shouldn't have to say that what the city council's job is to advocate for the residents of San Dimas and to try to address our problems and concerns. It's clear that Mr. Vienna, however, sits on the council to advocate for and address the concerns of the sheriff's department rather than the residents of the city. Ryan Vienna was seriously unhinged tonight. It's not a good look, either for the council or for his other positions. We don't need the sheriff's voice seated in our city government, much less 3 of them. It makes no more sense in our democracy than if our military generals got a seat and a vote in Congress. The sheriff works for the city. They work for us, and as such, if we want their opinion, we can give it to them. It sure as hell isn't their place to hijack our city government or play cheerleader for the sheriff's causes or PR department. I'm not against law enforcement in our city government, but they absolutely must put their badge down when they take a seat on the council. You cannot have two masters. To that, two of our great city representatives were able to do just that, and thank you. One absolutely could not bring himself to do so. Ryan Vienna should step down from the San Dimas City Council. He is incapable of putting his biases and conflicts of interest aside to do what's right by the residents of San Dimas. His name was George Floyd. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Thank you for calling. You're live.
Well, I guess we're going to make this a family affair, somewhat. This is Lori, John's wife, and I just have to give my husband a shout out. Whether it was, 30, 25 years ago, trying to stand up for workers that could have AIDS, their rights, in not being fired from city work, from developmentally disabled kids who needed housing and neighbors that didn't want them there, to so many things, John, you fought for and you've lost. And all I can say is, it's these losses that make us, your family, the most proud of you. And we are so, so proud of you and your just opinions and thoughts, especially on this topic. So, fully to you, baby, because you did good. Thanks a lot. And I will say, I'm disappointed in the 3 cops up there. You guys are just shooting yourself in the foot. Bye.
Thanks, Lori. Love you.
That's it. Okay. City manager?
Mayor and council, nothing to report.
City attorney?
Nothing here either, Mayor.
Members of the council?
Nothing to report. Are you talking about reporting?
Yeah, nothing to report. Yeah, that's it. Nothing to report? All right. Yeah. Eric?
So a couple of quick things. Thank you to our deputies who assisted CHP and Azusa PD, I guess 2 days ago now, or whatever it was. I'm pretty tired. With the pursuit termination at Arrow in the 57 at Target Shopping Center. Azusa PD was pursuing a shooting suspect from their city who crashed there at Arrow Highway and the 57 freeway. There's 5 passengers in the car. It sounds like multiple people foot bailed out of the car and ran through the shopping center, which obviously we know is a very populated area. And that causes great concern for our general public safety. Eventually, everybody was taken into custody, everyone was accounted for, and there was no further incident. So great job to all of the agencies involved, including our San Dimas deputies. I realize that, at some point we disagree. To the caller that mentioned closing the June 9th meeting in honor of Officer Pompey, that date wasn't picked out of the air. It was the 25th anniversary of his murder, and he died while protecting the people of San Dimas. So I find that pretty insulting that we would offer that up, that it was just willy-nilly. Let's close the meeting in honor of this guy that is a cop, because us cops have to stick up for other cops, and we're sticking it to these people that want to address racial injustice. That's not the case. It was the anniversary of his death. He's very near and dear to me and my family, and I was very involved in the San Dimas community in 1995 when he was shot and killed, because he was a family friend and coworker And I'll leave it at that. That was pretty low. I'll also remind everyone who is upset about the resolution that it somehow honored law enforcement, that there were more bystanders and demonstrators included in that list than there were law enforcement. Additionally, there was a chain of events, so addressing the, where do we stop including people? There was a chain of events that linked the Floyd incident all the way to us here today. And those people were included as links in that chain. So that is how I arrived to those particular individuals. As Councilmember Ebner mentioned, the meat and potatoes of the resolution that passed was co-written by him. So, just also to mention, I wasn't inflexible with it, and I went out of my way several times to offer for any other council member to offer any change they saw fit on the resolution, and absolutely none was offered. There was an opportunity. This is about building consensus, about coming to what's a decision that we believe is in the best interest of the community. If it was about the best interest of the community and it wasn't about an agenda, I would expect that changes would have been offered to get to where we needed to be. And then from a caller or two, it just seems to me that the message that came across was that somehow the council's bad because we only 90% agreed, which I think is a little ridiculous.
Dennis?
Well, I'm going to change the subject, if you don't mind. Get ready, your electric bill is going to go up. I was at a meeting with Doug Snow, who's Director of General Rate Increases for Edison, and he said that Edison's going to ask for a 14-point increase in residential fees, 14%. And the main reason for this is the fire prevention and insurance related to fires. And PG&E up north went bankrupt because of forest fires, and they're afraid the same thing is going to happen to Edison, so they want to be prepared. So that means your rates will probably go up at 14%. And that's it.
Thank you. Ryan?
Thanks, Mayor. For the comments and oral comms regarding the resolution that passed, for many of the reasons that Eric mentioned, and the fact that some had issues with the, quote, circumventing of the subcommittee and all of that, but if everyone's really being honest, and we're being real honest, I think everyone then realizes that that resolution got us to a place where we could all respect each other as council members, and even though John didn't vote for it, he had a lot of input into it. And so I think that we as a community, to include those that called criticizing the vote, we all need to go home, or maybe after we shower in the morning, and look in the mirror and really ask ourselves, where do we want to go from here? And I hope that's forward together, and I hope that's in a way that we can look at what we all agreed on. And as far as the names go, I knew 3 of these names. I had heard of 2 others, but I trusted the subcommittee, which is what I think many of the callers earlier tonight talked about, is having faith in that subcommittee. And as I shared in last meeting, I did trust that subcommittee, and while it fell short of bringing back a singular resolution, the Lord acts in mysterious ways, and we got to a place that this council, or the majority of council, was able to get something passed. For Mr. Gil-Gonzalez, regarding county employees and hours worked, yes, you are absolutely correct. I'd be happy to break down my daily schedule with you and let you take a look at all those forms. You just give me a ring, and we can sit down and go over that, and you can understand my life a little better for you. As it relates to my wife calling in, my wife did not call in tonight. I'm actually curious at who charged that, but that never happened. So sorry, you're misinformed there. As a general reminder for the community, COVID-19 continues to exist. We have passed 100 100 cases in San Dimas, and we've now had a second death in the community. I did read that members of the community are familiar with the family there by their own divulgence. People should know that we don't get that information specifically back from public health, but I do want the community to know that COVID-19 does exist, that there continues to be an uptick, and do what we can so we can protect those who may be vulnerable to this pandemic, to this disease. And the last thing, I was wondering if Lieutenant Ash could come up and talk about really quickly on Friday at 6 something in the morning, a deputy that was assigned to the station for some time past. And I was wondering if you could come up and tell the council a little bit about our deputy that passed away and his service here to our community.
Good morning, everyone. Lieutenant Ash from San Dimas Station. The deputy that Councilmember Vienna is referring to was Deputy Randy Bynum. He has been at San Dimas Station since 2001. He has over 25 years of service with the Sheriff's Department, and he was battling illness, and he had a courageous fight with it for approximately about 12 months. And on Monday morning, he went with the Lord. So we're all grieving right now, and in the future, we will have a candlelight vigil for him, and I'm sure we'll send an invitation for you guys to attend if you want to. And he will be missed at San Dimas Station.
Thank you. I know I saw and heard about his passing, and yeah, I'm very sorry, but I'm very thankful for his service. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I conclude my comments, and thank you to everyone. And lastly, as Eric kind of alluded to, we may not always agree on things, and I know Isabel Ebner called in and talked about, where were all these people? There's a lot of people that, to be frank, didn't feel comfortable having their names and email addresses listed publicly for fear that who knows what's going to happen. It is a very uncertain world right now. So just because people aren't sitting here demonstrating, or maybe not in your same social circles, it doesn't mean that their voices aren't being heard, and it's the council's job to represent everyone in this community. So I hope everyone can come to the table, and we can have some meaningful discussion and dialogue, and get to where we need to get to. Thank you. Good night.
Well, I'll just say that Eric and I did talk when those suggestions came up, and we had reached an impasse. Eric wanted to include all the names. I said we couldn't include all the names, and so that's where it stood. So that's a legitimate disagreement, and there's no hard feelings. It's just the way it played out. We did our level best to come back with something, and sometimes you just reach that point. You reach the point, I reached the point, and there was a gap. And you weren't going to come over to my side. I wasn't going to go with the other. So that's just how it is. I just want to let people know that's just what government is all about. I mean, you do your best. And I mean, one of the big things is recognizing when there's a problem or an opportunity, and and trying to address it. I do want to thank Dennis Bertone for supporting my original resolution. Dennis has always been the kind of person who cares for those in the community who sometimes don't have their own voice and maybe don't talk to the council members all the time, but we know they're out there and we hear from them and we hear them. I want to thank my family for supporting me in this, and it may surprise you to learn that we don't always agree on everything. So we'll sometimes get into some arguments about how something should be approached and what should be done on the city council. So don't think the Ebner family is some kind of political machine that's, although we all live in San Dimas now, so you can expect like about 8 votes next time the election comes around. And of course, lastly, I want to thank my wife. I already said thank you to her, that I love her, but yeah, she's great, and she lets me know when, and she'll probably tell me when I get home, you weren't rough enough on the rest of the council, but you guys know it. I just, when I think I'm yelling, my wife says, you know what, you were barely audible. So, but anyway, so I do thank her, and we'll look forward to the next. There's other things to talk about, but we'll talk about that next time. So thank you.
You know, all I want to just really say is that, you know, in all honesty, when I came here tonight, having read all 3 of the proposed resolutions, all I could see is all that was in front of me was 3 resolutions, not knowing what anybody else was going to say or how it was going to go. So the best thing for me to do was to say, I'm not going to vote for any one of the 3. But through that and through the conversation that everyone had, the 5 of us, okay, I was able to get to where I would, you know, was comfortable with it. I'm, you know, there's sometimes you just got to look at a piece of paper and you got to say, I'm just not comfortable with this. And I wasn't comfortable, but I want to thank all 4 of you for getting me to the right spot, or at least a spot that I felt was right. And I personally believe we did a pretty good job, and I realize that some of the community is not happy, but at the end of the day, if we hadn't have got to where we were at, there would have been no resolution. So, you know, that's just the way it would have been. So thank you guys for all helping me get to where I needed to be. All right, that's going to be it. We're going to go off into a closed session. I'll let the city attorney tell us what we're doing and go from there.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The first closed session is not going to be discussed tonight, the real property negotiations, but the item 7B closed session will be discussed.
5-minute break.
What was her name again?
It was her dad was the Hartman. No, it's her name is Gianna. Nicole? There was no nepotism. There was no nepotism. Yes. Reconvene the city council meeting that started like 15 hours ago.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For the closed session report, the council met in closed session and discussed item 7B, public employee appointment. Council discussed that item, but no reportable action.
Any comments? Good night.